JKR Malaysia. I'll hand the session over to technologist Muhammad Khairi and Mr. Azman Yamin.
Okay. Dia punya Assalamualaikum and very good morning. I will present BIM requirement in infrastructure project, JKR road project. I would like to thank the organizer of the KL BIM. Okay, as we all know, BIM is a process of preparing and managing information, which is in BIM we use 3D model throughout the whole life cycle of the project. Okay, BIM was established in JKR in 2012 towards the change of digital technology in the national construction industry. The specialization of BIM implementation at the time was a building project, but however, the implementation of BIM been extended to the implementation of road project in year 2021. This is because JKR is a pioneer for road infrastructure project in Malaysia. As you can see, JKR as a BIM road in Project Pioneer, we can see it from this chart. From this chart, we can see that federal and rural road is larger than the other road. It is 85% from the total road in Peninsular Malaysia. So as we know that the federal road and rural road is owned by government, JKR is responsible for developing this federal and rural road. So when it became government project, JKR is responsible to develop this road. This is why I said JKR is a BIM road project pioneer in Malaysia. And in this year, 2023, we targeted 40 projects cost about 10 million implement in BIM. In 2021 and 2025 JKR strategy plans, JKR started 50% from the total road infrastructure project was 10 million and above must implement in BIM. And then every year it increased by 10%. So in 2021, JKR started 50%, total project 10 million and above. In 2022, 60%. This year, 2023, 70%. About 40 road project implement in BIM, and up to 2025 we targeted 90% of the total project above 10 million. Okay, the main target of BIM implementation is the development of road infrastructure. Our first main target BIM implementation of road project is to producing output digitally in line with the IR 4.0. The second target is at the beginning of the project planning, we should identify the land acquisition, third-party conflict using 3D model. This land acquisition delay is the main problem of the extension of time for the road project and is beyond the control of JKR. If this problem can be resolved at the early stage, this conflict does not continue to affect the delivery of the project as planned. The third is to minimizing design conflict in ensuring the construction work can be carried out smoothly. So the scope of the road project is the first is the road. Under road we have bridges, road furniture, drainage, road electrical, geotechnical, land acquisition and utility relocation. So for the software that we use in BIM implementation for the road projects, there are 4 software which is the planning stage we use framework, and in design stage we use Civil 3D, Revit, Navisworks, and for CDE we use BIM Collaborate and BIM Docs, and we have also our internal common data environment which is JCloud for storage. Okay, in BIM we have, we call it level of development. This is the LOD involved in the implementation of the project. During the tender stage, only concept design LOD 500 is implemented. In design stage, LOD 200 and LOD 300. In construction stage, LOD 400 and LOD 500. This is, we call it as built model. This also depends on the BIM deliverables of the project. There are projects only up to LOD 300 and there are up to LOD 500. It depends on the project deliverables in the project stage. So this is a model dimension or BIM dimension. For road project, the adapt BIM in JKR, we only focus on the 3D and 4D use because we are more on productivity. So BIM use in road project, in planning stage, LOD 100 and LOD 200 existing site condition is very important model along the alignment proposal. Site and design analysis is made to ensure that the alignment is finished and the conflict of land acquisition and the third parties can be detected early. This is aimed at the application of Section 4, land acquisition can be made at this stage. After that, in the detailed design, LOD 300, the most important thing is the 3D design coordination. This coordination includes design review and clash detection. We need to minimize the conflict before drawing or construction model are released for construction and on site. And BIM uses for this construction and handover LOD 400 and 500 in the implementation on site construction simulation. 4D need to be updated throughout the project. In providing a clear picture in 3D, the actual implementation process progress on site. So as a BIM model must have info and integrity, need to be produced after the project completed. So BIM coordination in road projects. In the process of coordinating the road projects, two main conflicts need to be resolved. First is the third-party conflicts, and second is the design conflict. Third-party conflict, for example, is the land acquisition and the squatters and required third-party action to be resolved. The third party such as government land office. Okay, that have to be resolved early. After that, the second conflict is the design conflict. This is done in JKR. The design conflict is more focused on the design in the ROW. The conflict should be minimized and reported in the clash report for the immediate action of the construction site officer. We want to get rid of the just on-site concept for the road project. So this is what we call third-party conflict, where the red color is the third party and the blue color is the in JKR. This is an example of the how during the initial design, the range of proposal is designed to meet all stakeholder needs. In addition, land ownership along the range of model to determine the ownership status of the land or building for vacancy purposes in providing the route to the project implementation. This is the example of how a real condition on-site model to facilitate reference by all stakeholders in making decision. 3D model of building, utilities and other needs to be cleared, model and must have information. So as you can see, the color red color is the object. Okay, design conflict. In identifying design conflict for road project, design review are very important because many computer software parameters cannot read automatically and need to review each component to ensure that all design conflicts are identified. So it's difficult to done it automatically, actually. So in collaboration, the collaboration process with the designer and the stakeholder is done in a common data environment. We use BIM Collaborate and BIM Doc, and all approved model must be uploaded in JCloud, which is JKR common data environment. We also have ECOM, where we archive all this document. The process of uploading into JCloud is a must to ensure the data is safe in JKR control. BIM process in road project. This is a process of workflow on how the road project are implemented in JKR. First of all, when the project starts, we need to plan the alignment and the need to ensure that the starting point until the end of the alignment is finished. When all stakeholders agree on the finalized alignment, then the initial and detailed design is implemented. All these design processes must be in line with the approval of road safety audit. All the construction stages, construction simulation for the simulation will be carried out in the combination model with the scheduling program of all projects. All models need to be updated if there is a need. In the preparation of the SB model, we review the integrity of the information, and model should be made in ensuring that the SBIM model complies with the JKR SCATA standard. In SBIM model be handed over to the customer for asset management and management purposes. So this is process flow for the JCloud. JCloud is the common data environment for the JKR. Every stage published must be updated into JCloud JKR to ensure that the model and the document is safe in JKR control. Example, if we approve BEP, should be published in CDE and uploaded in JCloud. Same thing to model LOD 100 for approval. LOD 100 will be published in the CDE and uploaded in the JCloud. This is to ensure that the loss of completed data as the result of the change order and change of officer, the inability to access the CDE provided primarily by the contractor under the contract. Okay, these are the issues of the challenge of the BIM project, whereby BIM cost dealing the project. So there's a lot of factor of the causing the delaying in the project. BIM might be one of the causes because of the competency, and then not enough equipment and so on. Okay, some of the reason probably because of the project delivery itself, not because of BIM. So people will be accused BIM for not delivering the project. And the basic services in the scope of design. This is another issue whereby basic services should be in the project. Then there should be no extra cost for BIM implementation. And the another thing is the integrity of the model, whereby it's always very important to make sure that this model is to the highest integrity, quality and integrity. Because if you probably sometimes the document is in 2D, so probably there might be a difference between the document of the contract and the quality of the model. So who's going to be responsible for this? Okay, in terms of the reference, we already have POI BIM JKR, and for the road project, we establish BIM manual proses kerja, BIM manual proses kerja, konvensional dalaman, and kontrak jalan. Yes. Okay. So, okay, that's all for me. I would like to thank you. We would like to show the animation. Okay, this is the process of BIM project in roads. No sound? This when LOD 100. identify the third party conflict. In okay, with that, I thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, technologist Muhammad Khairi Sulaiman. And moving forward, we would like to invite representative from CIDB, Encik Nur Iskandar, to kindly present a token of our sincere appreciation to technologist Muhammad Khairi Sulaiman. Thank you very much for presenting on the BIM expertise that you have accumulated over the years. And as BIM Expertise Director with Cawangan Architect JKR Malaysia, we're truly appreciative of your time here with us. Once again, thank you, technologist Muhammad Khairi Sulaiman. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be taking a short break for interactive and networking session, which is of course an opportunity for you to get to know each other and for you to peruse through our schedule and decide whether or not you'd like to join us for the next session, which is on breaking the chains, empowering everyone in the construction race with BIM. Mr. James Arvin is scheduled to present. He is, of course, from our gold sponsor, Bina Initiatives in Iran Berhad, and he will be talking about this topic just after the break. So please do join us at 10:30 a.m. in this hall for the next session, Breaking the Chains, Empowering Everyone in the Construction Race with BIM. We'll see you at 10:30. Thank you. session is, as advertised, as announced, empowering everyone in the construction race with BIM, breaking the chains. And joining us to present, we have a Senior Solutions Engineer of Bina Initiatives Sendirian Berhad, our gold sponsor, Mr. James Arvin. I'd like to invite Mr. James to kindly take the stage.
It's got to be the worst photo of me that I've ever seen. But I never take photos of myself, so that's what we're going to have to deal with today. Thank you so much for joining me today and taking time out of your busy schedules. And thank you so much for our organizers for making this possibility a reality. Obviously, none of this would have been possible without them. Now, my name is James Arvin. I am the head of solution consulting for our channel partners team in the APAC region, and I work with Procore. Today, I'm going to have a bit of a conversation with you about BIM, how well it's being adopted in our construction industry, some of the challenges that we face, and potential paths forward to mitigate risks of future issues when it comes to adoption. Okay. It's my first time using a clicker, forgive me. Clearly, I'm a construction guy, not an IT person. How do we go to the next slide? This thing is not working. Oh, there we go. Are we going to get that on the screen? There we go. I come from a background of always using Zoom. If there's one thing I've learned whenever you're presenting to people, if something doesn't go wrong, you're not doing it right. So, before we jump into this, I want us to all to go on a bit of a thought exercise with me really quickly. Okay? I want us to imagine for a moment that we're all runners in one great race. Okay? A race that is getting bigger and bigger, while the times to complete it are becoming shorter and shorter. Now, lucky for us, there's a stream of technology being released every single day. New running equipment that is designed to make us faster, lighter, and more efficient. And lucky for us, our coaches have access to this new equipment, and they're sort of running around demonstrating how much better they are as runners. Now, obviously, we as the runners are getting excited at this stage, and we're kind of wondering to ourselves, when do we get our pair? Here's the catch. The coaches look amongst themselves and their new shoes and back at us. And the response we get is, to be honest, they're kind of expensive. We're only going to roll these out across the other coaches at this stage. Fast forward to the day of the race. We're all lined up on the starting line, and the starting gun fires. We're off. We're running as fast as we possibly can. All the while, our coaches on the sidelines are jumping up and down and screaming, faster, faster, as coaches always do. But minute by minute, mile by mile, realization is dawning on us as runners. That without access to those new running shoes that were demonstrated to make us so much better and faster, there's no way we're going to hit our target. And we fell well short of it. Now, the coaches, confused obviously, are looking down at their new shoes and back at each other, kind of wondering, what went wrong? We've got the new shoes. Surely we could have done better than this. I want us to change gears now to the construction industry and its adoption of BIM. Similar to the racing scenario that I've just shared with you, only a select few individuals have access to these amazing new technologies. Technologies where the possibilities are limitless. Right? Unfortunately, it's the costs and the extensive training that's required to harness these powers that make them largely inaccessible to the majority. Right. If we are destined as a construction industry to continue working on ever more complex projects, with tighter and tighter deadlines, while only resigning to giving access to these new tools to a select few, then what do we expect is going to happen? We need to find a path forward where everyone, not just a select few at the top, can have access to these tools, but everyone, including your general contractors and your subcontractors, or the runners in this example. You know, the people that are responsible for delivering the projects for you on time can leverage these amazing new technologies too. I want us to break free from the chains of exclusive access to these amazing technologies, because just as a race is dependent on the collective efforts of its runners and its coaches, so too is the overall health of our projects dependent on everyone in construction, not just our owners and developers, our architects and engineers, but the subcontractors, the general contractors, and everyone else that plays a part in that construction project. Now, it's about at this stage where people start to wonder aloud, you know, how bad can it really be? Well, that's a valid question, considering we're at a convention where we're talking about BIM. Clearly, there's a lot of people out there that are interested in using it, right? But I'm going to show you a slide in just a moment. A slide that's going to show you how well technology is being adopted across all of the industries in the world. And I'm going to preface this by saying that the information you're going to see on the screen, the research was performed in the US. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a lot of information in Southeast Asia when it came to BIM technology and its adoption rate. So I do want to preface this and make sure that I'm not leading you astray with information that's not completely relevant to our region. In a moment, I'm going to release additional information that is going to show you how all the separate industries have performed in adopting technology. At the top are the best performers. As we continue down into the red are the worst. Before I release this, I want you all to kind of imagine, where do you think construction is going to place on this chart? Any guesses? '21st out of 22nd place. Come on. You're pretty much dead last. In the US, we have a term for that. We call these participation awards. Can you believe that the only people that we were able to beat was a recreational one? Agriculture and hunting. Those are the rednecks that you make jokes about in the US that you see on the photos or on TV. Now, I don't find it surprising in the very least that before I went to the convention where they released this information, that this is an actual photo that I took of myself. And that's what I looked like before I heard this horrible news. And this is what I look like now. Looking out across the crowd, it looks like probably a few others probably joined that convention as well. Okay? How is it possible that the people in our industry that are accomplishing feats like this can come so far down the line in adopting technology? I don't know about you, but I think we can do better. Now, there's three things that are really obvious to us in our industry about why we're not adopting these technologies very well. Okay? Cost, training, and accessibility. Let's focus on cost for a moment. From a cost perspective, we all know that these technologies come with a pretty big price tag. Whenever you're having a conversation about these types of technologies, the first thing that always comes up is, do we really have the budget for these? Right? And depending on the project, you could have 10, 20, 40, 50 plus people on your project requiring round-the-clock access to these amazing new technologies. So the costs quickly stack up. But in my opinion, all of these users are not the same. They fall into three different camps, right? We've got our power users, our on-demand users, and our viewers. For our power users, you can see that they're utilizing the technology very well. 80 to 100% technology adoption and high usage rates across the board. And that's obvious. These are the people that are creating the CAD files authoring your drawings. They're using it every day around the clock, right? But they are a small subset of the entire construction industry. The rest of us fall in these other two camps, our on-demand users and viewers. Now, as you can see, they're only using around 5 to 20% of BIM technology's complete capabilities. And that's obvious, right? If I'm a project manager or if I'm a subcontractor, I don't need to use all the bells and whistles that are available in those tools. What I really need to do is, if there's a problem, I need to be able to open up the model, see what's happening, be able to coordinate the rest of the information through the system, and pass that information off to the responsible parties to figure out what we can do to come to a solution. The rest of the other cool features, we'll leave those to power users. This is where Procore can shake things up for you. What we've got on the screen here is a diagram that's going to demonstrate what we can do to disrupt this sort of model that impedes our ability to adopt these types of technologies. Now, there's a lot happening on the screen, so I'm going to take this by the numbers and explain to you what's actually happening and who plays a part in each one of these stages. In the design authoring perspective, again, these are our power users. These are the people that are responsible for designing and creating the information. And what we're going to do by integrating their systems into Procore is allow them to take all of those CAD files or BIM, whatever it is, and push all that information into our document storage system. Now, the reason that's beneficial is because Procore operates on an unlimited storage model. Why is that important? Well, because these files are traditionally taking up 10 to hundreds of gigabytes per file, and there are multiple revisions being released every single day, so we need to be able to take this into consideration at all times. But also, it is a cloud storage model, so it's accessible anywhere in the world. As long as you have an internet connection, you can access these files. That's huge, because you're always going to be in situations where your architects and engineers are in a different location from you as the builder, who's actually on the site in many cases as well. But we also operate on an unlimited user model. And this is a big one. If we take into consideration what I was talking to earlier, one of the biggest problems we have right now is that from an accessibility perspective, only a select few individuals gain access to these tools. Not with Procore. You buy one license into the system, and then you can invite anyone and everyone into the platform at no additional charge. As long as you have the system, you can invite anyone you want. Now, this is where things get really interesting. It's where you start to introduce systems like Navisworks, those best-in-class tools that are able to identify all the clashes really quickly and help you coordinate those issues with the right people for the job. What we can do here is empower those power users with an integration into Procore. Now what you can do from Navisworks is run that same clash detection functionality where it'll find all the different issues, it'll roll them up and push them into our ecosystem where we've got best-in-class tools for collaborative working environments. How many of you have been in a situation where you've identified an issue and we need to feed that information to a number of different parties so they can play their part in resolving the conflict? You've traditionally got to create an email, capture screenshots, photos, write out as much information as you can, attach all these other additional documents, and you send it off all to get a response back from that says, I need more information. So we rinse and repeat the whole entire process, and we go through this over and over again until finally someone figures out a way forward. This is happening all over the world. It's a waste of time, and then we've got countless registers to track and make sure that nothing's slipping through the cracks. Hopefully nothing does. Then it also links all the information to the model as well. And I'm going to show you what I mean by that. But speaking of the model, Procore has its own models tool. Why is that beneficial? We've already got Navisworks and all the other AutoCAD systems. Well, firstly, it's going to provide you with a centralized repository for all of the revisions regarding these models. It's now not just sitting in the architect's or designer's library on their G drive or J drive, SharePoint, whatever it is. It's now going to be in Procore where, again, it's unlimited storage, unlimited users. Everyone can access that information at any point in time. It's also going to provide you with an interactive view environment, almost identical to what you're already used to if you're using something like AutoCAD or Navisworks, right? But it's going to be in a reduced level of functionality, and that is intentional. We are not trying to remove people out of AutoCAD systems. They are the best-in-class systems out there for the job that they provide. But again, if we think about our on-demand users and our viewers, they don't need those massive systems with all the bells and whistles. We need an easy-to-use system that's interactive, that provides us with only the level of functionality that we need to get the job done. Now, from the model, we also have access to our coordination issues tool, so you can raise it from our system, not just Navisworks. This is important because, again, now you don't have to worry about buying a license for all of these people who only use 5 to 10% of those systems' functionalities. And it's also mobile accessible. And it's offline accessible as well. It's a game changer for people that are working in remote areas around Southeast Asia, or working in, what I used to do all the time, a basement with no internet. It's the worst thing in my life when I was on a construction project, and someone said they've been calling me or sending me important emails, and I got to run out of the building and do this all day. Don't have to do that with Procore. Everything that you need is available offline. You can action all the information, take photos, take videos, coordinate everything, and as soon as you do get access to the internet, that's when it all feeds back into the cloud and everyone's apprised of all the new developments. But for anything that's been identified within the office that is outside the scope of your capabilities, you have the ability to escalate those coordination issues to RFIs, where you can start to include external collaborators with information so they can provide additional clarity. From the field, this is the thing that I'm most passionate about. Having worked on countless construction projects around Australia, the biggest problem, the biggest bottleneck, I should say, was always the people on the ground. The people are racers that are responsible for delivering the projects. Oftentimes, they do not have nearly as amazing budgets as our owner developers and general contractors, but they have all of the risk on their shoulders. What we can do is empower these site teams with all the features that we've already discussed a moment ago. And it doesn't cost them a penny. Because you as the owner and developer can purchase access to the system and then grant access to anyone who ever touches that project for free. All the tools and features we just covered, accessible to everyone. But then we're going to be able to unpack other features and functionality that Procore has available to it as well, like our quality and safety features. You can now identify a clash or a potential issue in the design process, and if we flag that a subcontractor needs to resolve that issue, maybe it's a safety problem, maybe it's a quality problem, you can include them in the process where they can capture photos, videos, other additional information, resolve it, and it all feeds back to the coordination issue and updates you that, hey, someone on the site resolved the problem that you've found. We can now move forward. But for any of those pesky issues that actually pose a financial risk to the project, we can always escalate any of those issues as well into our variation management system, where we can start requesting additional funding to resolve these problems. The point of Procore is to provide everyone in construction with a platform, a single solution where you log in with one set of credentials and have access to everything that you need to get your job done. This is not system A, system B, system C, and D with siloed information. No, it's one tool where you can come in, access everything you need, and then everyone, from a reporting perspective, gets to take advantage of all that amazing data that your people are collecting across the board on all of your projects. So you can start to flag unhealthy trends that you were probably unaware of to begin with, and chart a path forward that's a little bit safer for everyone in the process. So what we've done here is we've taken a problem that was traditionally a big hurdle for us in construction, a huge cost impact that we need to figure out is the juice worth the squeeze on the project, and we've taken it down to a single user license model where everyone can access it off of that single license. Then from an accessibility perspective, obviously, it's available in the cloud. You can access it anywhere across the world. It's mobile accessible, it's offline accessible, it's available on any computer, and as long as you've got internet on the PC, you've got access to Procore. Which leaves us with the last big problem we've got to deal with here. Training. This is a big thing that I've learned in Asia. When anyone's ever dealing with technology, the first thing that comes out of everyone's mouth is, what are you going to do to help us get up to speed with this tool as quickly as possible? Because we're not going to do it on our own. And that's fair. I agree. Everyone needs a helping hand. So what Procore has gone ahead and done is we've partnered with a team called BIM Initiatives. Some of you may already be familiar with them. They're an amazing company that's local, which is great. Because if there's any reason that you need face-to-face support, now you don't need to call Procore and pay a hefty fee to fly someone from Australia or Singapore across to your company. You can get someone around the clock that's local, that has all the industry knowledge that you need, they're relevant to your market, understand the pains that you deal with on a daily basis, and have the solutions that you require. And they work directly with Procore for any type of support that they need outside of their scope of capabilities. Additionally to that, you do also have the ability to purchase professional service fees from Procore. What does that mean? Well, if you have a custom rollout requirement that's different from every other company out there, we need specific assistance that's relevant to us as a business, you can relay those concerns directly to Procore, and we will design your own rollout package that is custom engineered for you to make sure that you are not just getting a vanilla rollout system, you're getting exactly what you as a business need. So, in summary, the things that we can do here at Procore, we've only focused on 3 different aspects of problems that only pertain to BIM. We offer a range of services and products that are available from quality and safety, project management, financials, through to labor controls, and much, much more. Now, I was told that we need to save about 10 minutes for Q&A, and I want to honor that. But I do have 2 other videos that are able to demonstrate what this system is capable of, and I can sort of explain to you what's about to happen. But I'm not sure we have enough time to cover the videos and Q&A, so I'm going to leave it up to you. Do we want to look at the videos, or does anyone in the crowd have a question that they would like me to answer? Anyone have a question? Perfect. I like watching videos too. I'm American after all. However, I do not know how to use these things. Oh, this guy does. All right, so what we've got here is we're looking at Navisworks running. And as you can see, it's running its clash detection, and on the right, you can see Procore's integration that's built directly into the Navisworks solution. It's able to automatically capture all the screenshots of exactly what the authors are dealing with in their Navisworks system. You can add clarity around whatever the issue is. Forgive me, this is a giant screen. Quality's a little bit iffy. You can add the location, the assignees, your due dates, everything. From that point, oh, do we pause? There we go. From that point, again, you can start to add your assignees, your due date, click create, and it feeds it directly into Procore's ecosystem. So you can get, again, those best-in-class tools for collaboration and accessibility to all this information. All right? It's going to provide a list for you in the integration so you can make sure that nothing slips through the cracks. It's going to show you all the items that have been assigned to you specifically as an individual. And if you open up that issue, you'll be able to find all the supporting documentation that Navisworks already found for you, the different perspectives, the screenshots, the drawings, etc. That way you're not writing up a massive email trying to help people understand what it is you're explaining on the screen. Right? So that's how easy it is. It's an integration that's built directly into Navisworks that allows you to quickly identify all the information that you need to make sure that you can feed that to the responsible parties to resolve that issue. This is our mobile perspective. This is where you can start to shake things up for people that have never had access to these tools. And I'm going to show you how easy it is to use them. There we go. So we're looking at the iPad right now. And you can open up the drawings, and anywhere you touch on those drawings and orient yourself to face, what's going to happen? There you go. It's going to pull you directly into model to that exact location and face you in the direction that you oriented yourself on the drawings. Then it operates much like a video game. Luckily for you, everyone that's growing into construction right now has probably an extensive background in video gaming, so they're going to know how to use this quite well. You've also got augmented reality here, where you can click the aperture, and it allows you to point the iPad in any direction. I'm sure you've seen this in countless booths on the other side, where anywhere you point the iPad, it'll actually move the model itself. So if you're physically on the job site, in a room, and you've been tasked with drilling a hole into a wall, and you're kind of wondering to yourself, is there electrical cable or plumbing behind that? Point the iPad at it, and it'll show you all the services that exist behind it. Then you've got your filtering views. You can undo any mistakes quickly, right? You can start to interact with any of the items on the model and hide them, or again, undo that. You've got your view section over here, where it'll show you all the different custom views that you can pull in directly from Navisworks. I didn't have any. And then you've got your objects, right? So I can click into architectural here, and it'll highlight the architectural items. Again, we can isolate any of the items on the screen. Here again, we can go back to the objects layer, select architectural, and turn off any layer or put it back on. It's super easy to use. It's been designed specifically, as we say in Procore, by construction people for construction people, right? You've got your measurement capabilities. You've also got the ability from the model to create and raise those coordination issues that we talked about, any of those design problems or observations being your quality and safety related problems. You can quickly write up an issue, whatever it was, and then all that information feeds into your repository of the coordination library. And you can see here that if you click on the photo that was attached, it automatically pulls you back into the model. You're not just looking at a screenshot. You can now get pulled back into the model and orient yourself exactly as to what you were looking at on the screen. All this to say that we've taken something, again, that is largely inaccessible to the majority on the projects and is traditionally quite complex, scares a lot of people away. On my projects, I always used to hear from my subcontractors, keep it away from me, I don't care, that's way too much, I have no time to learn those types of systems. And this provides it to them in a much more digestible format. It's something that they all know how to use, it's video games, and it's only got a few different options on the screen to make sure that they have access to everything that they need to get the job done and nothing more. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. My name is James Arvin, and again, thank you so much for showing up.
Thank you, James. We'd like to invite you to kindly remain on stage as I invite Encik Nur Iskandar to kindly present a memento, a token of our sincere appreciation to our speaker for his session. And ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to inform you, for those of you that have been inquiring, speaker presentations will not to you just yet. However, recordings of this exact presentation will be made available in a month's time on our official website. So we will be alerting you about that via email. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And once again, please help me thank Mr. James Arvin, Senior Solutions Engineer with Bina Initiatives Sdn Berhad. Next up, we are going to be focusing on Digital Twin, a session that will be conducted by Encik Abi Sarwan, Managing Director, 3D Tech Paramedics in Sdn Berhad. Please help me welcome Mr. Abi Sarwan to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Good morning, everyone. Okay. Sorry. Looking for wireless mic, which is already here. Okay. Okay. So before we get started, thank you for attending the today's talk. Okay, with regards to digital twin. So again, my name is Abi Sarwan Mazran bin Ibrahim. I'm the managing director of a local company called 3D Tech Parametrics near Berhad. We are very much into BIM. Me, myself, I've been in the clicker? Okay, okay. So we've been, personally, I've been in industry for the past 20 years, okay? And I'm very happy and delighted to the fact that I've been contacted to actually give this presentation today. And the topic is actually about digital twin, okay? I'm not going to say that I'm the absolute expert on digital twin, but the fact is that I think we've had very good experience with our BIM projects to understand how digital twins will work, okay, in digital, in BIM projects, okay. So just before I get started, okay. So when you look at digital twin, the issue is actually about what define digital twin, all right? Because I mean, I have a video behind me playing. Okay, you can actually, I mean, enjoy that video that try to explain about what is digital twin. I mean, as any definition, okay, even if you look at how you define BIM, there are still many definitions, okay, in terms of how BIM is actually defined. So just to make it simple, all right, I just wanted to ask, for all of us that is here today, how do you get here? How do you get direction? All right, anybody here using Waze or Google Maps? Can I see show of hand? All right, many. All right, so that is an example of a digital twin. Then, if today I use Waze, right? So that little triangle that shows where I am, that is a personalized representation of myself, okay, in an engineering system, which is the road network system, traffic system that is happening. So that is one example of digital twin, all right? And the other thing is that when you talk about digital twin, you can also take it from the perspective of, I mean, who use Apple Watch or Fitbit or anything like that? Can I see a show of hand? Not many, I think, because we are Malaysian, right? Okay. So that is also another example of how data is being captured so that it is entirely personalized to you in order for you to get the AI, the algorithm with, behind the applications to actually go and work out, okay, what is your current situations with regards to your health, all right? So that is also part of digital twin, okay? So in terms of how that relates to construction industry, of course, when we talk about construction industries, there are many challenges, all right? Especially when you get into BIM, all right? So when you talk about BIM, even now, okay, I've been talking about BIM for many, many years, close to 20 years right now. We still have this issue with regards to understand, okay, what BIM is all about, okay? Disconnected data, okay, that is also another fact that is happening, which is being, how to say this, being supplemented with the fact that now we have a better CDE compared to what we have 20 years ago, and that allow for better data communications, all right? So the thing is that these are still challenges, okay, but there are better ways on how we can address that right now, okay? And in terms of technology, there are more technologies that is resurfacing right now. For example, I mean, if you are in constructions, you are doing BIM, you are familiar with the Autodesk brand, okay? So there are new tools such as Tandem that would allow you to have your digital twin, okay? So in a way, digital twin is creeping in, all right? Okay, so I need to click this. Okay, so the thing is that when you talk about digital twin, what is important is if we look at the definitions of digital twin information. So if we are to define it, you can actually see that for digital twins to happen, what need to happen is you need to have a collections of informations. So if you want to understand how these digital twins are being coined, okay, we need to look way back, okay. In fact, the first digital twin as a word that was being coined, okay, it was coined in the 1970s by NASA, all right. So what NASA did was, NASA, you know, they sent people to the moon, and during the Apollo missions, okay, if you watch movie Apollo 13, okay, have anybody watched that movie? Very popular movie, all right. So the thing is that it shows how problems, okay, that happens thousands and thousands of miles is being addressed, okay, in, you know, on Earth, all right. This is because NASA have developed a digital twin system, a very basic digital twin system that monitor what's happening, okay, what's happening far away, okay, from Earth, all right. So that is the thing that very basic in terms of understanding what digital twin is, okay. So digital twin is actually about how you can monitor large amount of data, but you can actually look it from a very specific perspective, all right. So when we talk about BIM and digital twin, okay, what is important is to understand that when you created a BIM models, okay, you've actually had this LOD 100, LOD 200, 300, and so on and so forth, all right. At the end of it, you have your buildings, okay, and what you need to be able to do is that then this building would actually becomes an engineering system that you wanted to monitor, okay, and this is where you can introduce your digital twin, all right. There are also digital twins that you can actually develop during constructions, okay, and what is important is for everybody to understand that in order for digital twin to be successful, okay, there are things that you really need to consider, all right. So when we look at digital twin, okay, so what is very important is the fact that you need to be dealing with real life information, okay. So this is where if you are building a BIM model, okay, it's not just enough for you to actually have the geometry rights, okay, so on and so forth, all right, but it must also have a system informations, all right, that should be supplemented with sensors, okay, so that you can actually monitor what's going on with that particular building, all right. And the idea is that you then can use this information for you to be able to do an analysis, okay, out of sight, okay. So that means that you don't have to go to site to actually go and do some changes. What you can do is that you can just do it virtually, all right. So these are some of the real life informations that you can actually go and collect, okay, during design, procurement, constructions, and commissioning and operation, okay. And okay, and talking about how digital twins are being, embraced now, okay. What happened is that we see a lot of growth in terms of the IoT, platforms, all right. That is 89%, okay. And especially after 2020, we all know what happens in 2020, okay, with COVID, okay. That means that you are not going to be able to, you know, go physically and, I don't know why this is going back. Okay, so what happened is that Gartner did a research, okay, and basically we see a better adoption of digital twin, okay, because of the restrictions that happens during COVID, okay. And if you're looking at business opportunity in digital twin, all right, so the projected growth is going to be around what, 48 billion in terms of growth of digital twin, all right. So that is the reality on the ground with regards to digital twin, all right. And if we need to understand better about what digital twin is all about, okay, you can actually divide this digital twin into 5 stages, all right. You know, you have BIM LOD 100 to 500, why not? You just have this as well, all right. Okay. Okay. Can I go back? Okay. So you have descriptive twin, informative twin, predictive twin, comprehensive twin, and autonomous twin. All right. The thing is that you need to actually look at it from the data dimension side. Okay, so that means that the higher level of adoptions of digital twin, okay, the more informations that you need to actually go and process. All right. So take for example, if you are on level 3 predictive twin for digital twin, that means that what you can do is that you can leverage operational data insight. So that means that whatever happens on site, okay, with your buildings and what you see in your computer virtually, it reflects the same informations. Okay. So can somebody play this video? Okay. So if you look at how digital twin is being built, okay, of course this actually go to the building informations, okay, but I mean you can also relate this to the spaces that you have within that buildings, all right, and these are represented directly in your computer as a virtual information.
Software provides a seamless experience, both for those building digital twins and the users relying on their data to run facilities more effectively. Autodesk Tandem makes it quick and easy to create comprehensive, well-connected digital replicas, providing their day-to-day users with complete visibility and the context to truly understand the intricacies of operations. With all of your facility's information at your fingertips, you can take proactive action to minimize disruption and maximize operational efficiency. What's more,
okay. I don't know why the video is being cut short, alright? Should be longer than that. But these are from Autodesk that explain Autodesk Tandem, how it works, okay, between your actual real buildings and also data that you capture from your BIM models. So the thing is that the idea is that you can then carry the informations that you've built, right? So if you are involved with any BIM model, BIM projects, you understand that there are a lot of processes that you need to go through in order for you to ensure that all those informations are being collected correctly, okay? But what is the payoff of all these informations, okay? Oftentimes, sometimes what we're being asked is that, okay, we've done all this work to collect all these informations, all right? But at the end of it, okay, how can this be beneficial to us, all right? So the thing is that in context of construction, okay, there is a good relationship between digital twin and BIM. Okay. Now, the fact of the matter is that you can actually have digital twin without going through a BIM process. All right. Now, what I see this is from the perspective of, we have two types of twins. All right. As human, we have two types of twin: identical twin, and the other one is fractional twins, right? So identical twin look exactly like each other, all right? But fractional twins, they look different, all right? Now, what define, okay, I mean, how can human becomes identical twins and also fractional twins is the fact that they go through different process of creation, all right? This is where we need to be careful. If you are not driving your digital twin properly through your BIM process, then you might end up with models that does not reflect 100%. So basically, you have a fractional twins of your BIM model with the actual buildings, all right? I'm not saying that this is wrong. What I'm saying is that there must be an understanding in terms of how you can get a very good digital twins. It must go through a very good process, all right? Now, the other thing is that if you follow the actual BIM process, okay, you can actually, okay, I need to go back, okay. You can actually have, okay, your digital twin in the most efficient path, all right. Now, we've been through a project recently where we need to digitize, okay, an infrastructure, okay. At the end of the exercise, okay, the question that I asked to my team is basically, are we creating a digital twin or are we creating a digital clone? All right. Now, okay, that is a very, good questions to be asked, okay, because what you do, okay, let's say you take a buildings, right, that has been completed. You have all these data, drawings, okay. a bit of models and here and there, and you want to make that as the digital twin. My take on that is that you are going to end up with something that is more closer to a digital clone rather than digital twin, okay, if you are not careful, all right? So this is something that we need to really monitor, okay, throughout the process of creating the digital twin, okay? Now, in terms of what kind of technology that is available for digital twin, okay, so on the BIM side, you can basically look into the authoring tools, coordinations, all right, and also the geospatial data capture tools, okay, and you have those popular tools, okay, such as Revit, Civil 3D, Naviscope Manage, okay, and you also have geospatial tools, okay, and for digital twin, what make it work and valuable to you is the fact that you are going to be able to actually do analysis in terms of what's happening. You need to actually have sensors, and you need to actually have a proper dashboard. Okay, there are many tools that actually do that for you. Okay, and one way that you can actually do this is you can use a tool, okay, such as OpenSpace. All right, so this is a tool that that would allow you to collect informations during constructions on site and then make it as part of your digital twin delivery. Okay. Okay, so what you need, okay, for digital twin to happen is you need a very convenient way in terms of how you can actually capture all these informations. Nowadays, we are very blessed, okay, with the amount of technologies available, all right? So if you have an iPhone 12 Pro and above, all right, so in there you already have your LiDAR informations, all right? So, and there are also an immense growth in terms of what your 360 cameras can actually do, all right? Now, these are off-the-shelf solutions that can be used together with a more focused solution such as OpenSpace, all right? The idea is that you capture your work on site, okay, so that you can quickly create your digital twin, all right? So how can we actually do that? Okay, so I'm going to share just a quick video in terms of how this could actually be done. Okay, so I guess that the video is quite self-explanatory, right? So The idea is that you can leverage, okay, all these informations, have your digital twin ready, marry it with your BIM informations, and you can actually use it to better monitor your construction. Okay, so what enables this is, of course, the advance of technology. All right, so in the space of digital twins, okay, what happened is that we need to be thankful to those that work on the area of IoT, big data, all right, and data analytics. All right, so at the back end of tools such as OpenSpace, what does it do is basically it actually works on this vision engine. Okay, so the vision engine, okay, would enable you to work on the informations captured by the 360 cameras, build a model for you, and through AI, it would be able to analyze, okay, what are you looking at? Are you looking at walls, floors? And from the BIM model, this is where you can actually do a comparison in terms of what's being built, what had not been built, okay, and whether you can actually go and pay your subcontractor, all right? Because at the end of the day, okay, all of us in constructions, what we wanted is less headache, all right? Because we don't want to constantly go and argue with people, all right? They want to claim, okay, they've done this and done that, all right? So I guess that's the end of my presentation, okay? And I'm opening it up for Q&A sessions, all right? So if there is any question.
Thank you for your questions. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to try and funnel them to the screen right now so we can all benefit from seeing them. Any questions? No questions. So at this juncture, it doesn't seem that there are any questions online, but are there any live questions you'd like to pose? Anyone in the audience, after hearing the presentation, have a question? We'll give you 5 seconds to think of a question. 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much for your kind attendance. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite Encik Nur Iskandar back up on stage to present a memento of our sincere appreciation to our speaker, Encik Abi Sarwan, Managing Director, 3D Tech Parametrics, Sdn Bhd. Thank you, Encik Abi Sarwan, for presenting on the digital twin. And thank you, Encik Nur Iskandar, for presenting the memento. Moving on forward, we have with us Professor Madya Dr. Ahmad Tarmizi Harun, who is the Senior Director of Innovation and Commercial at University Malaysia Pahang, UMP. His topic will be driving BIM transformation, human capital strategy, and the construction industry. So on that note, I'd like to invite Professor Madya Dr. Ahmad Tarmizi to kindly take the stage.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and very good morning. and many thanks to the Mr. MC. Also, many thanks as well to Mr. Abi for giving me extra 5-minute times to present this session today, this morning. So what we're going to be talking today is talking about human capital development. So we have 3 elements when we want to implement BIM. Basic element, which is people, process, and technology. But among these 3 elements, the most critical part is the people element. Because if you look at from this angle, you can buy the technology, you can define the process. But the moment you hire the people, people cannot deliver those technology, the process, they're going to be dead meat. This is one thing. Second thing, you hire the people, you train the people, then the people jump to another company, especially your competitor. Then another problem will be encountered. So that's why I'm picking up this topic to give you some insight of what currently been doing by the industry through CIDB and also GK and any other government agency in order to ensure the country have enough supply of the BIM-related people. So my content of presentation today will be covering 4 aspects. The first one is the scope of my scope of experience, in which I'm coming from, so that it's going to make a bit more sense on what I'm going to talk about. And then a bit revision of BIM concept. I think I'm going to skip about this part, second part, because a lot of people already talking about the BIM concept, everything and all. But more towards to show to you how different scope of BIM will require different skill set to be delivered on their projects. I'm going to touch on a bit on that one. And then human capital strategy for BIM at the industrial level. How we has helped the industry to grow since under the CITP, under the 11th Malaysia Plan. Now we are at the 12th Malaysian Plan. And then a big comparison of world skill occupational standard under the category of digital construction. And then how is it different as compared to CIDB BIM module? And then we're going to expect certain area of competency may need to be developed for the future talent to be made relevant and making sense to fit in for the future digital transformation. Okay, coming from my scope of experience, here at UMP, University of Malaysia Pahang, we have 2 arms, academic arms and also commercial arms. So we cover the 4 areas of services, which is training education, organizational transformation, project consultancy, and also technical research and development specifically for BIM. So, however, today more leaning towards training education, how this thing really needed to be improvised and strategized accordingly so that your organizational transformation, your project consultancy can run smoothly. So far we have assisted CIDB in order to develop national BIM module, which is 10 national BIM module were developed by us. And then we have trained and certified. We trained more than 2,000 people, but trained and certified around 1,200 people, covering the technical hands-on training, customized training, roadshow and seminar, and also in-house executive talk. And then we also assisted more than 10 organizations. The latest one is around 12, in order to help them to do the BIM transformation. So when my angle that I'm coming from is that we cannot simply train the people without looking into the aspect of the organizational transformation on the project delivery, and also coming from the angle simply train for the purpose of training to cover the theoretical part. We can't do that way, because it must be make sense and also must be aligned together with the company's direction and most importantly project needs and requirement. So if you, this is a common process flow when you are doing BIM. So basically the idea is simply from drawing-based methodology, now we focus on model-based methodology, where each stage, the model must be completed first. Before, I'm not talking about 100% completed, but certain level of satisfaction need to be fulfilled so that it can move to another stage and another stage. And then above all, in order to manage and coordinate all those data, then we need to have centralized repository, and that's where the common data environment comes in. So along the way, when you are doing this, the project will dictate what sort of deliverables that need to be delivered. So if you look at it, 3D informatics BIM model will definitely become common deliverables. So it means that whoever want to become BIM personnel, either as a BIM manager, coordinator, and modeler, need to be familiar with the aspect of QA and QC of the BIM models, to which extent it is accepted by the client to release your payment. This is the most critical part. And then visualization in terms of 3D, VR, and AR, it comes together in a package when you're implementing BIM. And then 3D class detection. But recently, there are growing numbers demand by the client to also require 4D and 5D BIM as part of the BIM requirement. So that means if that is becoming your scope, the skill set is going to be different anymore. It won't be the same like you want to do the BIM model. Okay, so it means that your 4D modeler may need to be familiar themselves with the planning and scheduling software. Okay, 4D and 4D simulation software means that the integration between 3D plus planning and scheduling. So if they simply know how to do the 3D model, the skill set may not be sufficient enough to deliver the scope for 4D simulation. So same goes with the cloud-based collaboration and information management. If they've been trained as a BIM modeler, when new scope imposed in the contract where they need to manage the cloud-based data and do the cloud-based collaboration, means that new skill set also need to be embedded within the skill set. So same goes with the laser scan for validation. So those three things recently at the growing demand by some of the client. So we don't know what we acquire in the future. So therefore, it is really critically important for any of the company, if you want to implement BIM, you need to have a very structured and strategy in order to groom the talent. At the same time, also to have, I would say more towards a knowledge and talent management framework in order to embed within the company. Because towards the end, people come and go. When the knowledge retained within your company, the process of training and retraining the staff become much more easier, rather than the whole knowledge and skill set gone together with your staff. So next will be coming from the angle of human capital strategy for BIM. Okay, if we look at the challenges with human capital development, it's really hard to determine the right and practical skill development content which can fit both your project and also your company requirements. So the second part, the BIM scope of services also currently depending upon what type of client that you are serving at. If you are serving only the JKR client, then you have very clear scope of services that need to be familiar with. But if you are serving many clients, then that means you're going to be having many uncertainty of the scope that need to focus on. And then we also have internal organizational needs and also versus client demands. And of course, you're going to fit the client demand first as compared to internal needs because the client pay the money. And then software features training versus project-based training, costly, dedicated time to send staff to attend training, credibility of training provider, lack of technical expert in the market to hire, and also job hopping. These are the among challenges. Last time when we opened up a discussion together with the industry in 2016, before we come out with a certain level of strategy so that we can help the industry to grow. So common element of strategy to develop the competency, it comes both parts. How you develop the module and how you train your workers. So basically you may need to have your general training education framework, and then you need to have skill set requirement, need to have content identification and also clearly define roles and responsibilities so that the item 1 and 2 and 3 can fit nicely and not too much overlapping between one role to another. And then normally when it comes to the training approach, we're going to be having formal training, covering theoretical concept and management. We have technical hands-on for the mini projects, so that you have some confidence level and familiarity of the projects, and also on the job training. My experience when we did the training, easy to make people competent, but it's really hard to make people comfortable to use the technology. Some people, they feel very competent already. You give them all the data, they can do the modeling, everything, coordination, but the moment you push them to deliver the project, they goes back to the CAD-based methodology. Not simply because of competency, but rather confidence level, and rather how comfortable with the new technology. So making people jumping from competency to the comfortable enough to use new technology as a routinized activities, that's really a challenge, really, when you want to implement either BIM or any new technology. And then that means if you simply go through the 1, 2, and 3 training approach, it still won't be sufficient enough. You need to have also create another element of working environment that really support the entire ecosystem. So if I summary back here, so you need to have, again, good program cost outcome so that you can really clearly identify what sort of skill set need to be embedded within your workers, and also most critically, those knowledge, those skill set need to be captured and retained within the company, and thus you need to have knowledge management framework so that it won't be knowledge lost to the company. So at CIDB level or national level, we have this thing known as a CIDB National BIM Module Development for BIM Education and Training Framework. Those were highlighted in the bold font already been completed, developed by the CIDB, but the rest of it still under the development. The idea when we developed this module is that to reduce the cost of training to the industry, and at the same time to provide some insight of how this thing need to be focused on. But to really becoming competent to fit back your company, you may need to go a bit more further step, especially covering on the advanced modeling, specialized application, and also regarding the contract, delivery method, and so on and so forth. So when we developed this the module last time, it based on the JKB standard 2014 and also AC BIM UK BIM protocol 2012, we define it accordingly to the function and roles of responsibility related to BIM. We have BIM manager, coordinator, and also modelers. And then recent requirement by majority of the client these days, they will also require any tenderers to submit the evidence of BIM competency, covering the manager, coordinator, and modeler, and carry the weight. Because towards the end, like I said just now, you may have good technology, you may have good process, but if the people is not competent enough, then it won't be good to deliver BIM at all. So, as compared to the normal software-based methodology, CIDB BIM module based on completing a project, mini projects. So, it's more towards project-based hands-on, where if you're attending the architecture model, then you need to complete the architecture model within the 3 days. But again, like I said just now, the 3 days alone won't be enough. You need to have additional training, additional exercise in order to equip yourself with a more practical and more quicker way of doing BIM. And then after you're attending all those classes, if you're attending the coordination class, you will be receiving the 4 models, and then you will be trained how to do the coordination and prepare the class check report. So, as part of the strategy that we did after the module have been completed, developed, then we start to embark on the industrial level training, covering the BIM manager, coordinator, and also modelers. Some people, the most favorite question being asked, the ratio, in a project, how many modeler you needed, manager and coordinator. To be honest, it's really hard to answer that question, but I can say a good size should be 1 manager, 4 coordinator, 8 modelers, starting from conceptual down to handover of the project. So that's why on our part, when we see the growing demand to have a lot of modelers to be supplied and flooded into the market, that's where we're coming from to train the modelers at the national level. So our first program started in 2016 until 2017 under the EPU and also MDEC. We have trained with that time around 774 modelers. And then moving to 2019-2020, we have delivered this thing called a BIM Specialist Apprentice Program. A bit unique about this program. One modeler will be covering 4 disciplines. So that's why the name is a Specialist Apprenticeship, because it is becoming specializing in modeling. You can do architecture, structure, mechanical, electrical. Because the target is not for them to stay as a modeler. The target after they enter the industry, giving them 2 or 3 years, they will become good coordinator in the future, because they understand the whole aspect of the technical modeling from 4 disciplines. So these are the pictures last time we visited from the delegation from CIDB and also Ministry of Work Malaysia to see this program. And then during the COVID time, right before the COVID time, we also did this 3 co-card session involving 70 participants in 2020, pre-Hatim CIDB. Then what happened after we did a lot of trainings here? Recent data, when we do the testing study, is that almost half of them no longer working in BIM. It's really lost for the country because of COVID last time. So I think this is something that we need to be created again to flood the market with a lot of modelers, because towards the end, if you don't really have good modelers, then it's really hard to deliver a project in BIM methodology. And then this is the latest one we're going to be having soon. First cycle will finish in August. Next cycle will start at the end of, early September. So if you have any workers or any saudara or any fresh graduate would want to attend this program, please welcome to enroll to submit your application through CIDB. This time around, we only cover for 30 people. It is 2 months program covering 4 disciplines. So it means that you're going to be having 4 certified competency, which can be used in order for the tender purpose submission. And then to those who are really interested to hire them, feel free to contact me after this, because 15 of them will be coming tomorrow to join this program. If you think you want to interview them straight away, you can interview them straight away. Okay, reason I promote this thing because part of my KPI to ensure they are get hired by the CIDB program. Okay, so that basically what the strategy that being listed and also identified by CIDB, and how we can help the industry in order to supply industry with a modular competency ready for BIM. Then when we did a comparison between world scale occupational standard, okay, at the international level, there's one entity for the TVET known as World Skill International. It's a global hub for more than 50 skills excellence and development. So as far as World Skill International is concerned, BIM was first introduced in 2019 at World Skill Competition Kazan, Russia. So later it has been registered as digital construction, first to be competed in World Skill Shanghai 2020, but that one cancelled off due to the COVID reason. So yeah, we'll check. Okay, you guys control it? You guys take control, okay? Okay. Okay, at the international level, WorldSkills has come out with a WorldSkills occupational standard. So the WorldSkills occupational standards reflect the global occupation or work roles that are represented by the WorldSkills competition. So within the framework, to ensure validity, clarity, and consistency of the standard, so it covers the specialist, technical, generic, and so on and so forth. So the prime value standard basically is based on the current demand and so current application that being practiced by the people all over the world. So when we do the mapping between what being listed within the CIDB module as compared to WorldSkills occupational standard, those one highlighted in red is not being outlined within our module. So that means the skill set of doing the corrective modeling is becoming more critical right now, these days. And then how to set up CDE, work set, and also a bit of data analytic programming covering the visualized information in dashboard by using the Power BI. And then the section 4, digital construction, site execution, construction site issues, digital safety checklist. So this gap between what is required by the international standard as compared to what currently being practiced in Malaysia. As far as Malaysia is concerned, it's not in demand yet, not client required yet. But in the future, I would expect this application may also need to be embedded within the module so that the people can really be competent enough in order to deliver this thing. None of them talking about AI yet. None of them talking about the needs of data analytics yet. That's why I'm talking here. I can say it's not urgent need, but we never know in the future. So, as far as the Malaysian, within the Malaysian context application, at our industry level, we still are doing this thing called, I would prefer to use the words manual BIM rather than automated BIM methodology. So it means that every single thing still labor intensive and still require a lot of modeler to contribute into the model development. Also need to have a lot of human interaction, interception, interpretation in order to make sense of the coordination and also management of the data and the projects. So that's basically the end of my presentation. Okay, so I'll open up to the floor if you have any question to ask. And again, feel free to contact me if you want to join or your saudara or anak to join the program by CIDB. Soon will be started in September. Then we has extended the application for the second batch up until the end of this month.
We do have a question for you, sir. What types of training are provided for BIM personnel? For example, the BIM coordinator.
Okay, if you attending the CIDB BIM module, it's basically two types of training and covering hands-on training. The first one is how to do setup, and the second part is how to do the clash check and preparing the clash check. And then the assessment will become, now previously it's simply hands-on assessment, but now you need to present the assessment, some sort of like Viva. So we have 2 or 3 panels. The reason why CIDB improvised this method of assessment because a lot of the way when we did the BIM training for coordinator are also required to talk with people, to talk with the client, to talk with many stakeholders. So the skill set of doing the technical coordination alone is not enough. They need to communicate those things that they have identified, the mistakes, the error, and then the uncoordinated model, design flaws to the stakeholders. So that's why another element that be embedded within the improvised version of the BIM coordinator, the assessment part where you need to present it to client. So then some people also query with me another issue. I have attended the BIM training. I know how to prepare the coordination, but I still not good enough to deliver in the project. Okay, like I said just now, the training simply give you the minimum skill set that are required. To become really competent, the certain thing lacking on the training is that how you want to read and understand the project and contract requirements. So before you can really go to the technicality of those things, I also suggest for you to equip yourself to reading, should be enough already, how to really understand the contract requirement on BIM, how to translate it into the deliverables, and how to prepare those deliverables into the format that are sufficient enough to satisfy your clients. Those parts more critical rather than doing the technicality of the delivery alone. Okay.
All right, there seems to be more specific questions. I think you may have answered this, but what are the differences between a BIM manager and BIM coordinator trading? Okay, BIM coordinator more towards technical manager. You are dealing with purely on the technical and technology aspects, whereas BIM manager more towards the training, how to manage the process. In BIM coordinator, you are not assessed on how to prepare BEP. In BIM manager, you will be given a task, a scenario base, where you need to develop a BIM execution plan within 2 months at the end of your session. And then after 2 months, you will be assessed by 3 panels. In terms of your credibility to develop the BIM execution plan, and also how you encounter scenario-based questions. So the biggest difference between those two, BIM manager more towards process management, BIM coordinator more towards technical manager for the BIM technology. And what is the best way to do an estimation for BIM services costs for any type of construction project? Again, very favorite question being asked to us. So far there's no rules yet. Some people may put very high price, some people may put very low price, and the project still fail. Okay, that's really hard to determine cost of BIM services, but I should give you some insight. What sort of consideration if you want to put the price towards the BIM consultant? Okay, sometimes when people offering you the job, you simply give you the lump sum price. For instance, project 2 years time. 2 years time, then they said, okay, 2 years time, simply give him 200K. To some of you, you may sound it very expensive. To some of people, gonna sound it very cheap. But how you justify cheap or expensive? It's simple like this. If you want that particular BIM service provider to be full-time on your project, for at least you need to calculate the salary plus the profit multiplied by 12 multiplied by 2 years for only one people. So coming from that angle, then you started to realize that price is too low. If you put the price of 3,000 ringgit multiplied by 12 multiplied by 2 years, just only talking about one modeler. But if you manage to get this modeler, that modeler become exclusively serving your projects. But the moment you put another requirement, the software, hardware, everything, so those things need to be itemized, and later on, only then it can make sense. Whether or not the price is cheap, affordable, or too expensive. So it's really hard to define, but the itemized should be coming from the scope of work that they need to deliver, and then numbers of commitment in terms of modeler, coordinator, manager that you want them to commit into the projects. And the third one is the technology that you want to embark. The software, whether you're going to cover up the software price or they need to have their own absorb within their services, those kind of things. So once you understand those requirements,
It's like macam you, it's like you want to cook something, you understand all the secret, all the ingredient, recipe, everything, or then you can determine the cost. Same goes with this BIM things. Once you understand the requirement of implementation, then easy for you to determine whether the service is high or low. Yeah.
Hope that answers your questions,
Yeah.
and I do believe there are no further questions. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your questions. This Slido website is accessible for all your Q&As throughout the entire event, so please kindly scan the QR code if you haven't done so already. And on that note, I would like to thank Professor Madya, Dr. Ahmad Tarmizi Harun for presenting on driving BIM transformation. I'd like to invite Encik Nur Iskandar to kindly take the stage to present a memento of our sincere appreciation to our speaker. Please join me in thanking Professor Madya, Dr. Ahmad Tarmizi Harun, Senior Director of Innovation and Commercial at University Malaysia Pahang, UMP. And thank you, Encik Nur Iskandar. Before I invite our final speaker before lunch to take the stage, I'd just like to remind you that we have an exhibition which is running at the foyer area. You may visit that during your lunch break and do take some time off to indulge in the many services and also products being offered in the exhibition area. And ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to join the other side of this conversation, technology, do take a look at the schedule for the prominent speakers that we have available after lunch. And once again, to just quickly remind you, there'll be no availability of speaker slides and presentations. However, a recording of all speaker presentations will be made available to you, and this will be done in about 1 month's time. Please allow us to compile this properly for you, and we will be notifying you via email. So on that note, I would like to invite our final speaker before lunch to present on BIM collaboration and operation flow for TNB HR Campus Phase 2 Kuala Lumpur, Mr. Daniel Chong Tat Fok. He's the Manager of Virtual Design and Construction, VDC, Sunway Construction Group Berhad. Mr. Daniel Chong.
All right, good afternoon. Just want to check whether everyone can hear me well. Is it clear enough? If you get a thumbs up, if that's okay. All right, wonderful. Good morning and good afternoon, if the time is after 12, to our distinguished guests, our organizers. Thank you for having us. And on behalf of Sunway, we would like to just express our deepest gratitude to give us this chance to just share a little bit on our project that we have recently completed, which is TNB HQ Campus. So we'd like to also thank all the organizers, the clients, especially the consultants that made this possible. Before me, there were multiple speakers that talked about the implementation of BIM and the process of digitalization in the BIM workflow and the life cycle of BIM. And I'm here today not to show you or sell you anything or sell any product to you. All of those are important, but today we just want to share a little bit on how a humble company like us, Sunway, have managed to implement the life cycle of BIM throughout our entire project. And this is not just any internal project, but this is an external project that is certified by GBI in the Platinum rating. So without further ado, we'd like to continue to my presentation today. So the presentation will cover a few key important elements. Right, we'll go through a rough introduction of our company, a project overview of TNB HQ Campus, and our implementation of BIM all the way from the 3D dimension all the way up to 6D, the operation flow and integration, and also some key takeaways on what BIM should look like when we implement it in our projects. Now, before I go into the presentation, I know everybody here is hungry. You know, I will not take much time because you know you're going to eat your lunch anyways. However, one of the key important things is that communication is key. Okay, we have started this journey in BIM back in 2010, and we realized that one of the reasons why things doesn't work out well is because of the lack of communication. So for that, let me share a little story with you. Now, one day a husband was coming back and he met his wife. His wife was at the table, and the wife asked him, "Hey, dear," I don't know whether you call your husbands that, but "Hey, dear," or "Sayang," or "Babe," or whatever it is, all right? And the wife asked, "Is it just me, or is our cat getting fat?" Now, the husband said, "No, it's just you." All right, so that just highlights the key important aspect of the word communication. If you do not communicate well, and that includes in the digital life cycle, when it comes to modeling, when you do not communicate well in terms of your modeling scope and whatever that you're drawing, from the consultant to the architect, to the client, to the contractor, to the subcontractors especially, which is the most important, I believe, in my opinion. So therefore, let's go through a little introduction on what Sunway Construction handles in. Sunway Construction Group Berhad has multiple trades that we are actively involved in, and one of them is building construction services, civil infrastructure construction services. We have a sister branch that looks into mechanical, electrical, plumbing. Right, we also have a department looking into foundation and geotechnical engineering, manufacturing, precast, and sustainable energy services. Now today we are just going to focus on the building construction aspect and our implementation of VDC. Our VDC stands for Virtual Design Construction. I think many of you may have been familiar with that term. We have about 10 active BIM projects. So one of the most important things is the buy-in of the top management. I would like to report that Sunway really believes in VDC, really believes in BIM. And if, let's say, one department does not believe in it, it's not going to work. And we have seen this throughout our company life cycle, all the way from 2010 till today. And we have about 1,968 BIM models. Now, this is just not any number. This number is well documented. It's in our annual report, and we have audited those figures. Throughout this process, we have 6,850 clashes and discrepancies, and we produce about 5,900 BIM shop drawings. Now, these are just numbers. And in the process of getting there, I think thank you for the earlier presentation on CIDB, the courses that are made available. Sunway VDC, we also really stress the importance of training. So we have our own training academy in which some of us are here to share a little bit more on how you actually implement BIM, not just from the drawing standard and all the way up to the implementation of it on site. So without further ado, let's go into TMB. TMB, we have TMB HQ campus. Of course, our client is TMB, and it is worth around 781 million, and in USD about 182. That's the project value. The gross floor area is about 154,000 meters square, and the plot of area is around 14 acres. So we developed the project. Some of the key highlights is that it's a large scale. It has 4 office towers, a very big and beautiful convention center thanks to the architect, and the multi-purpose buildings such as childcare centers, Pelita Wanis. Now all of these may be just jargons that may not make any sense to you. Just to say these are all ancillary buildings that people can use for their meetings and whatnot. So like I mentioned earlier, it's spread across a land of 14 acres. One of the main challenges is that it sits on a very hilly slope. I'm not sure how many of you know or have seen the latest TMB HQ campus. Phase 3 currently is still being built across the road, but it sits on a very hilly slope, so it slopes on an angle. And there are many trees in which the client told us that, hey, you destroy one tree, I minus 1 million from you. Now, that's just a joke. But we have to preserve it throughout the construction period, so we can't touch those trees and whatnot. So we have to come up with some kind of solution for that as well. It's a very fast-track project. They are expecting it to complete in 26 months, and we did complete it within the time frame. Of course, MCO was a detriment to the construction industry in general, but because of the VDC technology, we were able to coordinate it even in our homes and not waste additional time in the downtime of the MCO period. All right, so it's also built fully using building information modeling, and it's environmentally friendly with a platinum rating. Of course, that's the requirement. Now, in TMB HQ project alone, we have about 551 BIM models. Now, this includes trades from the architecture trade to the civil trade structure and also the MEP trade. We have about 631 BIM generated drawings, a very similar term that we use in Sunway is a concrete plan. So before we construct any floor or any structural elements, we have to produce this thing called a concrete plan that has all the details of the drawings that needs to be constructed. In the drawings called concrete plan, we have about 11,000 coordinated openings. So in the event that we need to make sure the penetrations are all there, whether it's on the slab or on the beam, we have to ensure that the opening is placed before construction. Now this, of course, will lead to cost saving, so that is something that we are also focused on. We have resolved about 2,672 hard clashes. I'm not talking about those small clashes, but these are clashes that are there even from the design state of the model. Now, of course, there are many different challenges that we are faced with during the design stage, and that's why when a BIM model is developed, we no longer need a 50-year-old or 50-year-old experienced person. Now, of course, that is valuable and it can't be replaced. We always have to look to these seniors for guidance. But what happens is that because of technology, even people like myself, 5-6 years ago, we were able to visualize such an intrinsic and complicated design such as TMB. So that also helped us with the digitalization process. Now, these are some of the tools. I'm not marketing them. These are things that we use. So we use Autodesk, AutoCAD, Revit, Navisworks. And for the 4D aspects, we also use this thing called Primavera. I think many of you may be familiar with that. And also Synchro. Now, I have a video for you to show you the overall digital time lapse of the project. So the project started in 2019. This was the piling stage. So we even plotted the location of the tower cranes and also the logistics pathway. So that was our overall concept. Of course, we did not build it that fast, in that speed, 1 minute, but we did complete it within the time frame. Now, the very next video, we have a logistic walkthrough. Remember earlier on I mentioned about the hills being a very challenging aspect. We have to make sure that the in and out of the project is managed properly. So the logistics pathway is also very important. So prior to even the project, during the tender phase, we did this study on the logistics pathway. So the next video will show that. So these are the different BIM dimensions that we explored in TMB HQ campus. The first one is 3D. We refer to 3D as the design management phase of the BIM dimension. So that includes the design from the consultant, coordination, all the way up to construction. The next one we have is 4D, which stands for schedule management. Many of the planners are here. If you are a planner, this is something that they do it in Primavera, and then we translate it into Synchro so that we can showcase it on a visualization aspect. The next is 5D contract management, which looks into the, I think we can slow down on the slides, yeah, I know we are hungry for lunch, but let's go back a little bit. Okay, so 5D contract management is basically the quantity extraction that we use to model extract quantities that are necessary and impactful. And we work together with our QS as well. We do not just do this for fun and you know, just satisfy our own desires, but we also work with our QS to ensure that this is something that can help them. And very up next is 6D, which is facility management, in which we actually do some tagging onto the key assets that enables us to upload some of the key materials like catalogs and whatnot, warranty aspects and manual guides into the system. All right, a rough flow chart, maybe next previous slide, sorry. Is it this thing? I'm not pressing anything, but it's moving by itself. Ooh. All right, cool. 3D design management from the start, we actually want to credit all our consultants, not just in Sunway, but consultants that have adapted and that have embraced this technology and have went into BIM. Without them, it won't be possible as well. So it's not just the contractor, and it's not just Sunway taking all the credit, it's all of us working together. So the consultants came up with the model, and then together with the consultants, we have this thing called a clash analysis workshop. From the workshop, we discuss issues that are pertaining to the project, and we then go to have a clash detection meeting. Can we go to the previous slide? It's moving again. All right, cool. And then we have the shop drawings that are produced from the CSD, which is the coordinated service drawings. We make sure we have on-site verifications, and after that, we go into LD 500, which is the requirement of this project, which is the as-built phase. All right, we have our in-house tool. We call it a Sunway Project Management Dashboard, and it's my greatest privilege and our honor to be able to get you guys to participate today. So, if you have your phones out with you, if you want to participate in this, you can actually take a look at the screen, and you can scan this QR code right now. And it's a live QR code. It's basically the video showcases what is the capability of this project management dashboard. It allows us to do verifications on site live. So, like in the previous presentation, someone mentioned about VR, and this is what VR does as well for us. So we developed this in-house. You can actually scan it. If a pop-up comes out, just press OK, allow, and then on your screen right there, you can see on the left, right over here, there's this thing called the gyroscope button. You can click on it, and what you can do is you can use your phone to just look anywhere you want, and it will be synchronized to your phone. Alright, so you can play on that while I continue my presentation. However, if you want to know more, you can always look for me next. Alright, so this is one of our integrations on our from our VDC models, from the BIM models to the implementation on site. As you can see over here, the site is installed roughly about 80 to 90% of our BIM models that we have coordinated. And if there are any changes, or if the subcontractor is not happy with the design, they can always feedback to us, and we will make the changes accordingly. And all this should happen prior to construction. Now, of course, nobody is perfect, so we try our best to incorporate it as best we can. This picture is a very interesting picture because I was there and I was in the vicinity, and what happened was that a lot of the speakers prior to this mentioned that the adoption of BIM is so important. And if we do not adopt it well, we will not be able to implement it well. So this picture is a very beautiful picture of the conventional way of doing things, and everything was on the table. You can see all the sanitizers are over there, water, and they were just discussing it on the paper and making hand sketches. This is the conventional way that we are used to. All right, there should be a previous slide. Check. All right. I think the mic just went. They really want me gone for lunch. All right, thank you, organizers. I appreciate what you're doing. All right, so, from that picture, we then transition into everybody now looking on the screen. So that is a great props to the team. I think I can shout loud enough. And all right, thank you so much. Wow, I sound so much deeper. Okay, thank you. I'm a sound guy as well, so I understand the troubles that they're facing. Don't worry about it, you're doing a good job. All right, so they transition into the models. So now they are all looking at the screen and all utilizing the BIM models that our coordinators has provided. All right, so up next is the next portion of my, the dimension, which is 4D, which goes into schedule management. 3D models are extracted from Revit, so whatever that we have done in Revit will be used, and the schedule will also be extracted from our planners, which we use Primavera, and then we will finally use Synchro to simulate it all together in order to show the
life cycle of the project. I have a video for you to show the utilization of the BIM model for the CSA cycle time. So as you can see, if we fail to plan, we plan to fail. So that's the motto of the presentation of the cycle time. Now the screen has just went black. Is that supposed to be the... Alright. Alright, the very next video that you can see is basically the cycle time for the MEP installations. So the ducting, the firefighting, the electrical systems. As you can see, the colorizations are over there. And it's monitored. So what it has done, it changes color. So yeah, all this is done prior to the installation of the MEP services and prior to the casting of the slab. So as you can see over here, there is a planned schedule and also an actual schedule, which also correlates to the actual progress at the site. So this is what we do every bi-weekly. We have a meeting, and during a meeting, we make sure that we are on progress and on schedule. Alright, and this is also another picture to demonstrate that further. So this is a 1 month look ahead of where the project should be a month from now. So all this is in order to complete the project on time. Alright, moving on to the next dimension is 5D. So what we did for 5D is for the contract management. Earlier in my presentation, I mentioned about working together with the QS, because the QS are experts at this. Maybe you can go back to the slide. Alright, so we will ensure that we have our standardized naming convention. To do that, we have our own handbook, of course, to ensure that the standards are there. We also have our own Revit family library. We standardize our 5D templates in discussion with the QS. After discussing with them, understanding the requirement, and then we QC the model. Every time we receive the model from our coordinators, the coordinator or the manager will QC it before submission. And then from there, we extract the quantity and we verify it with the QS. Now the next few slides will demonstrate some of the use cases. So as you can see, this one we extract the tile quantity. We extracted the sanitary wares, the sundries, the rate quantity. Alright, sorry, previous slide. Okay, and in collaboration with Sunway University, we developed this thing called BIM-FM. And in this platform and this environment, we allowed for the utilizations of the model after the as-built phase. Whatever that is done during the as-built phase, we make sure that there's value that's added to it. In particular to TNB, as you can see, this is a model of the fire protection pump room. And don't worry, all those dots over there are not errors, they are just text. So if let's say you click on the tag, this is just to demonstrate how it looks like on the website. You click on the link and all the specification sheets will come out. So the specification sheets, the model, and also the letter of approval, the certification. I've come to the end of my presentation, and I just want to share some key takeaways that we have learned. Of course, this is back in 2019. Today is 2023. And I would like to say that VDC as a department, we have evolved even further, and day by day, year by year, we are adding more and more capability to ourselves. Because one thing we realized that successful BIM implementation is only possible if every party works together. We have faced many challenges throughout the project life cycle, and this is by no means the client's fault or the consultant's fault. It's just adoption of something new. And because we have embraced it, we have adopted well, and together with everybody, having integrity and being humble and also being excellent in what we do. This is so important for the successful implementation of BIM. Now, BIM or VDC is a project management tool, something that is there for us to utilize. It is not something that is brand new or something that is can blow your minds or whatnot. It's actually something that is already there. It's just a digitalization of the current implementation of project management knowledge. So if many of you may feel like, hey, I have no part to play in BIM because it's something that is way beyond me and way ahead of me, no, you are also part of the cycle, and your experience and your knowledge is so valuable to it. And the youngster will learn from the more experienced one, and the experienced one will learn from the youngster. And it's a beautiful picture when it comes together and everyone works together. Alright, and finally, technology is always adapting. 2019, cloud wasn't a big thing yet, but today, in this day and age, cloud is so important. So if we do not tap into the latest technologies such as cloud, just for an example, we will be left behind. You know, many presentations earlier was about the CDEs, you know, and there are many tools out there that you can utilize nowadays. But if you choose to remain in your, you know, OneDrive or Google Drive or whatever it is, you might fall behind in your project management knowledge. Alright? And finally, the usage of federated 3D models shouldn't just be used for coordination and construction, but we also should always look ahead on how we can add value and add important information that can be further utilized into our 3D models. Alright, and I think that will wrap it up. So this is the QR code. If you are interested to get in contact with us, you can scan it and we will get back to you as soon as we can. Thank you.
All right, let's take a look at the screen to see if we have any questions for Daniel. While we put that screen up, are there any live questions that you guys have that you would like to pose? If there are any live questions, please raise your hands. We'll try to get a microphone to you. It looks like we do have one from Slido. Daniel, what is unique about this project compared to other BIM projects by the company?
Now, thank you for that question. I think every single project is unique. What stands out in one project, one thing that I've learned is that we can never be at a place where we finish one project and we realize that, hey, we can use this, we're now experts of the field, and we can utilize it in every single project. No, we have learned that in every project that we take, we realize there's something new. Now, the beauty of Sunway is that we are involved in multiple projects, and one of the key important projects that we have is our hospitals. And hospitals are very, very hard and challenging to coordinate at times, especially during the construction phase. But for this project in particular, I think the key important thing is if you have not visited it, and if you can visit it, you should, because it's very, very architecturally beautiful. And if what is beautiful architecturally was actually a bit challenging to translate into the model, but we managed to do it. And of course, it's platinum rated GBI rating.
So there you go, that's the first answer. The next question is, I believe consultants also on board in the BIM process and cycle. Do consultants develop design models up to LOD 400 before handing over to contractors?
Alright, so thank you for the question again. Of course, that is the dream, but however, I think we have to understand that each party will have its role to play. Consultants, the main part of a consultant is the design, and contractor is to build. If the designers are putting so much effort on making sure that the model is up to par, which is up to LD 400, they might take away their time to make a proper design. So what we usually do is, of course, this will depend on the requirement of the client. The client will mention we will need up to LOD so and so by what phase. And most generally, consultants will produce LOD 300 models, enough for conceptual design. And after that, the contractor will take it over.
Final question there, is the VDC same terms as BIM? BIM.
No. So VDC stands for Virtual Design and Construction. BIM stands for Building Information Modeling. Building Information Modeling is part of VDC. VDC is not just confined to BIM. Within VDC, there's also things like digital twin, like you heard earlier, the usage of collaborations. It's basically the whole digitalization process which will be under this term VDC. Of course, in our company. In another company, you might have a different name for it.
I see the questions are flooding in, and we do have time, so let's get to them. How many projects have used BIM up to facility management?
All right, in Sunway, we have a very, very famous project. I think it was the first government project that was fully implemented BIM all the way up to 6D. You might have heard of it, you might not have, but it's Parcel F. So we have implemented up to 6D in Parcel F, and I think it's still being used today.
Is BIM 100% adopted across all projects in Sunway?
All right, I would like to say yes, and we're getting there. However, that's the direction of the top management. So we are going to go into BIM for most of our projects, especially those that require more coordination. We will go into the adoption of BIM. As of right now, yes.
How do you, at the management level, how do you manage the risk? Sorry, I think we skipped that one. Can we bring back that question? All right, I think it was a question on managing risks across adopting BIM.
Okay, so in everything in life, there definitely is risk. Me being up here is a risk. I may come up here and I may talk something that is completely unrelated, and everybody may be dozing off. So everything is a risk. This mic has a risk. It's having a risk right now. It's making some buzzing now, right? So Sunway acknowledges the risk. However, we compare risk and reward. And what happens is that we understand and we acknowledge that because of BIM, we have saved a certain sum of money, and it's quite substantial. So therefore, we choose to continue in this process.
So explaining the risk of the buzzing sound, I've just received a cue that this is because of our online simultaneous broadcast, and the mics will not be blowing up anytime soon. So you're very safe still.
That's good to hear.
Are there any final questions, ladies and gentlemen? Because we do have some time, as Daniel has ended his presentation very early. Any final questions from you, ladies and gentlemen? Please kindly funnel them into Slido, or if you feel more comfortable elaborating live, you may raise your hands. We'll get a microphone to you. Yes. Okay. No, that wasn't a hand. Any hands in the air? 5 seconds. 4. Yes. We have one question over there. Could you come forward, sir? I'll just hand you my mic. So we do have one live question. Step right up, sir.
Hello. I'm Faris. So my question is, to what extent of 5DB implementation is in Sunway? So is it to the extent of quantity extraction, or do you do the costing or BQ generation?
All right, so I wouldn't be able to answer. Whoa, look, see, the mic doesn't want me to answer. I won't be able to answer because most of it may be trade secrets. However, I think what we can share with you that we have established a working community within our company. And in our community, there's always going to be feedback by the relevant department. So your question is about contract, right? And I believe it was extraction of quantity, right? So we then have a casual meetup with our relevant departments, and they will tell us actually what they want to extract and how can we extract, because there's no points we extracting something that is not beneficial to them. So there is a working community, and we have a working, I would say, extraction that is automated that comes from the model. So yes, it's possible, and we are working on it currently. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Daniel, for answering all the questions. Thank you for your presentation, and please give Daniel a big round of applause. I'd like to invite General Iskandar to kindly join us on stage in presenting a token of our sincere appreciation to Daniel Chong, Manager of Virtual Design and Construction, VDC, at Sunway Construction Group, Berhad. Thank you for deliberating on BIM collaboration and operation flow for the TNB HR Campus Phase 2. Thank you once again, Daniel Chong, and thank you, Engineer Iskandar. Ladies and gentlemen, we are 15 minutes ahead of time, and we are on the precipice of lunch. But just before we break, I'd like to remind you about the CPD and CKD point registration system. Please do kindly take note of that, even as you enter the lunch hall. And ladies and gentlemen, do kindly reconvene in this hall at 2:30 p.m. if you would like to attend a session on delivering sustainable legacies, infrastructure X digital. This will be presented by Mr. Sylvester Wong. However, if you are more comfortable with the technology session, you may drop by to check out their schedule. We'd also like to invite you, if you have any time on your hands, to visit our exhibition, which is currently being conducted at the foyer area. You may take a look at some of the latest offerings from our sponsors and exhibitors, the services and products that they have on display in relation to BIM. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, lunch will be served. Please do kindly join us for lunch at the hall next door, and we will see you at 2:30 p.m. in this hall for the next session. Thank you.
CIDB's National BIM Center, or MyBIM Center, is the premier one-stop center providing state-of-the-art infrastructure and services to facilitate industry players in adopting building information modeling. With support and commitment of the Malaysian government, MyBIM Center has been developed in line with the 11th Malaysia Plan and the Construction Industry Transformation Program 2016-2020 by CIDB to usher in the digital transformation of the industry and pave the way for successful implementation of BIM in Malaysia. Strategically located on the 11th floor Menara Sunway Putra, MyBIM Center is easily accessible by public transport. With nearby hotels for accommodation, MyBIM Center is a perfect venue for seminars and training sessions. BIM hardware and software can generally be perceived to be costly, but with MyBIM Center, implementing BIM technology does not have to be. MyBIM Center offers a full range of facilities and services, which are both affordable and customizable to the needs of every user. The MyBIM Showcase is uniquely designed for all exhibition and promotion needs. It is equipped with 5 LCD TVs, ideal for digital displays, offering the perfect opportunity and environment to exhibit products and services. They also come with designated islands for ad hoc sit-down discussions. MyBIM Lab is a classroom facility for customized trainer-trainee sessions, offering the most conducive milieu for learning and teaching. In providing an interactive environment, MyBIM Lab also comes with a touchscreen teaching panel and furnished with state-of-the-art double-monitor high-end computers. The MyBIM Studio is specially designed for consultants and clients in mind, with facilities to design and manage projects. The 22-seater authoring studio is ready with a centrally controlled projection system, workstations and AV system, perfect for interactive presentations and Q&A sessions. To top it off, MyBIM Studio is also equipped with 3D printing facilities for creating lifelike models. MyBIM Seminar Room is a contemporary 70-seater room with integrated PA and AV systems, making the room ideal for talks, seminars, launches and briefings. Located next to the MyBIM Showcase area, the seminar room can open up to accommodate even more than 70 people if required. Other day-to-day spaces at MyBIM Center include a board meeting room, communal areas, spacious prayer rooms, and a cafeteria, making it a truly full-service center. MyBIM Center also offers a wide range of CIDB certified BIM training programs, including high-quality yet affordable training courses at various levels. Users also have access to the MyBIM Library, Malaysia's first ever digital component database, which allows you to download 3D models for your BIM-based project use. To extend its reach beyond Klang Valley, MyBIM Center has also set up MyBIM satellite centers at UNIMAP, UMP, UMS, and UTM, with more to come, making the facilities and services accessible all across Malaysia. To find out more, visit www.mybimcenter.com.my. Inspire, innovate, inform. Visit us today and make MyBIM Center your BIM one-stop center. CIDB's National BIM Center, or MyBIM Center, is the premier one-stop center providing state-of-the-art infrastructure and services to facilitate industry players in adopting building information modeling. With support and commitment of the Malaysian government, MyBIM Center has been developed in line with the 11th Malaysia Plan and the Construction Industry Transformation Program 2016-2020 by CIDB to usher in the digital transformation of the industry and pave the way for successful implementation of BIM in Malaysia. Strategically located on the 11th floor Menara Sunway Putra, MyBIM Center is easily accessible by public transport. With nearby hotels for accommodation, MyBIM Center is a perfect venue for seminars and training sessions. BIM hardware and software can generally be perceived to be costly, but with MyBIM Center, implementing BIM technology does not have to be. MyBIM Center offers a full range of facilities and services, which are both affordable and customizable to the needs of every user. The MyBIM Showcase is uniquely designed for all exhibition and promotion needs. It is equipped with 5 LCD TVs, ideal for digital displays, offering the perfect opportunity and environment to exhibit products and services. They also come with designated islands for ad hoc sit-down discussions. MyBIM Lab is a classroom facility for customized trainer-trainee sessions, offering the most conducive milieu for learning and teaching. In providing an interactive environment, MyBIM Lab also comes with a touchscreen teaching panel and furnished with state-of-the-art double-monitor high-end computers. The MyBIM Studio is specially designed for consultants and clients in mind, with facilities to design and manage projects. The 22-seater authoring studio is ready with a centrally controlled projection system, workstations and AV system, perfect for interactive presentations and Q&A sessions. To top it off, MyBIM Studio is also equipped with 3D printing facilities for creating lifelike models. MyBIM Seminar Room is a contemporary 70-seater room with integrated PA and AV systems, making the room ideal for talks, seminars, launches and briefings. Located next to the MyBIM Showcase area, the seminar room can open up to accommodate even more than 70 people if required. Other day-to-day spaces at MyBIM Center include a board meeting room, communal areas, spacious prayer rooms, and a cafeteria, making it a truly full-service center. MyBIM Center also offers a wide range of CIDB certified BIM training programs, including high-quality yet affordable training courses at various levels. Users also have access to the MyBIM Library, Malaysia's first ever digital component database, which allows you to download 3D models for your BIM-based project use. To extend its reach beyond Klang Valley, MyBIM Center has also set up MyBIM satellite centers at UNIMAP, UMP, UMS, and UTM, with more to come. making the facilities and services accessible all across Malaysia. To find out more, visit www.mybimcenter.com.my. Inspire, innovate, evolve. Visit us today and make MyBIM Center your BIM one-stop center.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test, test. Test, test. Test, test. Test, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3.
CIDB's National BIM Center, or MyBIM Center, is the premier one-stop center providing state-of-the-art infrastructure and services to facilitate industry players in adopting building information modeling. With support and commitment of the Malaysian government, MyBIM Center has been developed in line with the 11th Malaysia Plan and the Construction Industry Transformation Program 2016-2020 by CIDB to usher in the digital transformation of the industry and pave the way for successful implementation of BIM in Malaysia. Strategically located on the 11th floor Menara Sunway Putra, MyBIM Center is easily accessible by public transport. With nearby hotels for accommodation, MyBIM Center is a perfect venue for seminars and training sessions. BIM hardware and software can generally be perceived to be costly, but with MyBIM Center, implementing BIM technology does not have to be. MyBIM Center offers a full range of facilities and services, which are both affordable and customizable to the needs of every user. The MyBIM Showcase is uniquely designed for all exhibition and promotion needs. It is equipped with 5 LCD TVs, ideal for digital displays, offering the perfect opportunity and environment to exhibit products and services. They also come with designated islands for ad hoc sit-down discussions. MyBIM Lab is a classroom facility for customized trainer-trainee sessions, offering the most conducive milieu for learning and teaching. In providing an interactive environment, MyBIM Lab also comes with a touchscreen teaching panel and furnished with state-of-the-art double-monitor high-end computers. The MyBIM Studio is specially designed for consultants and clients in mind, with facilities to design and manage projects. The 22-seater authoring studio is ready with a centrally controlled projection system, workstations and AV system, perfect for interactive presentations and Q&A sessions. To top it off, MyBIM Studio is also equipped with 3D printing facilities for creating lifelike models. MyBIM Seminar Room is a contemporary 70-seater room with integrated PA and AV systems, making the room ideal for talks, seminars, launches and briefings. Located next to the MyBIM showcase area, the seminar room can open up to accommodate even more than 70 people if required. Other day-to-day spaces at MyBIM Center include a board meeting room, communal areas, spacious prayer rooms, and a cafeteria, making it a truly full-service center. MyBIM Center also offers a wide range of CIDB certified BIM training programs, including high-quality yet affordable training courses at various levels. Users also have access to the MyBIM Library, Malaysia's first ever digital component database, which allows you to download 3D models for your BIM-based project use. To extend its reach beyond Klang Valley, MyBIM Center has also set up MyBIM satellite centers at UNIMAP, UMP, UMS, and UTM, with more to come, making the facilities and services accessible all across Malaysia. To find out more, visit www.mybimcenter.com.my. Inspire, innovate, evolve. Visit us today and make MyBIM Center your BIM one-stop center. CIDB's National BIM Center, or MyBIM Center, is the premier one-stop center providing state-of-the-art infrastructure and services to facilitate industry players in adopting building information modeling. With support and commitment of the Malaysian government, MyBIM Center has been developed in line with the 11th Malaysia Plan and the Construction Industry Transformation Program 2016-2020 by CIDB to usher in the digital transformation of the industry and pave the way for successful implementation of BIM in Malaysia. Strategically located on the 11th floor of Menara Sunway Putra, MyBIM Center is easily accessible by public transport. With nearby hotels for accommodation, MyBIM Center is a perfect venue for seminars and training sessions. BIM hardware and software can generally be perceived to be costly, but with MyBIM Center, implementing BIM technology does not have to be. MyBIM Center offers a full range of facilities and services, which are both affordable and customizable to the needs of every user. The MyBIM Showcase is uniquely designed for all exhibition and promotion needs. It is equipped with 5 LCD TVs, ideal for digital displays, offering the perfect opportunity and environment to exhibit products and services. They also come with designated islands for ad hoc sit-down discussions. MyBIM Lab is a classroom facility for customized trainer-trainee sessions, offering the most conducive milieu for learning and teaching. In providing an interactive environment, MyBIM Lab also comes with a touchscreen teaching panel and furnished with state-of-the-art double-monitor high-end computers. The MyBIM Studio is specially designed for consultants and clients in mind, with facilities to design and manage projects. The 22-seater authoring studio is ready with a centrally controlled projection system, workstations and AV system, perfect for interactive presentations and Q&A sessions. To top it off, MyBIM Studio is also equipped with 3D printing facilities for creating lifelike models. MyBIM Seminar Room is a contemporary 70-seater room with integrated PA and AV systems, making the room ideal for talks, seminars, launches and briefings. Located next to the MyBIM Showcase area, the seminar room can open up to accommodate even more than 70 people if required. Other day-to-day spaces at MyBIM Center include a board meeting room, communal areas, spacious prayer rooms, and a cafeteria, making it a truly full-service center. MyBIM Center also offers a wide range of CIDB certified BIM training programs, including high-quality yet affordable training courses at various levels. Users also have access to the MyBIM Library, Malaysia's first ever digital component database, which allows you to download 3D models for your BIM-based project use. To extend its reach beyond Klang Valley, MyBIM Center has also set up MyBIM satellite centers at Unilam, UMP, UMS, and UTM, with more to come. making the facilities and services accessible all across Malaysia. To find out more, visit www.mybimcenter.com.my. Inspire, innovate, inform. Visit us today and make MyBIM Center your BIM one-stop center. CIDB's National BIM Center, or My BIM Center, is the premier one-stop center providing state-of-the-art infrastructure and services to facilitate industry players in adopting building information modeling. With support and commitment of the Malaysian government, My BIM Center has been developed in line with the 11th Malaysia Plan and the Construction Industry Transformation Program 2016-2020 by CIDB to usher in the digital transformation of the industry and pave the way for successful implementation of BIM in Malaysia. Strategically located on the 11th floor of Menara Sunway Putra, My BIM Center is easily accessible by public transport. With nearby hotels for accommodation, My BIM Center is a perfect venue for seminars and training sessions. BIM hardware and software can generally be perceived to be costly, but with My BIM Center, implementing BIM technology does not have to be. My BIM Center offers a full range of facilities and services, which are both affordable and customizable to the needs of every user. The My BIM Showcase is uniquely designed for all exhibition and promotion needs. It is equipped with 5 LCD TVs, ideal for digital displays, offering the perfect opportunity and environment to exhibit products and services. They also come with designated islands for ad hoc sit-down discussions. My BIM Lab is a classroom facility for customized trainer-trainee sessions, offering the most conducive milieu for learning and teaching. In providing an interactive environment, My BIM Lab also comes with a touchscreen teaching panel and furnished with state-of-the-art double-monitor high-end computers. The My BIM Studio is specially designed for consultants and clients in mind, with facilities to design and manage projects. The 22-seater authoring studio is ready with a centrally controlled projection system, workstations and AV system, perfect for interactive presentations and Q&A sessions. To top it off, My BIM Studio is also equipped with 3D printing facilities for creating lifelike models. My BIM Seminar Room is a contemporary 70-seater room with integrated PA and AV systems, making the room ideal for talks, seminars, launches and briefings. Located next to the My BIM Showcase area, the seminar room can open up to accommodate even more than 70 people if required. Other day-to-day spaces at My BIM Center include a board meeting room, communal areas, spacious prayer rooms, and a cafeteria, making it a truly full-service center. MyBIM Center also offers a wide range of CIDB certified BIM training programs, including high-quality yet affordable training courses at various levels. Users also have access to the MyBIM Library, Malaysia's first ever digital component database, which allows you to download 3D models for your BIM-based project use. To extend its reach beyond Klang Valley, MyBIM Center has also set up MyBIM satellite centers at UNIMAP, UMP, UMS and UTM, with more to come, making the facilities and services accessible all across Malaysia. To find out more, visit www.mybimcenter.com.my. Inspire, innovate, evolve. Visit us today and make MyBIM Center your BIM one-stop center. CIDB's National BIM Center, or MyBIM Center, is the premier one-stop center providing state-of-the-art infrastructure and services to facilitate industry players in adopting building information modeling. With support and commitment of the Malaysian government, MyBIM Center has been developed in line with the 11th Malaysia Plan and the Construction Industry Transformation Program 2016-2020 by CIDB to usher in the digital transformation of the industry and pave the way for successful implementation of BIM in Malaysia. Strategically located on the 11th floor Menara Sunway Putra, MyBIM Center is easily accessible by public transport. With nearby hotels for accommodation, MyBIM Center is a perfect venue for seminars and training sessions. BIM hardware and software can generally be perceived to be costly, but with MyBIM Center, implementing BIM technology does not have to be. MyBIM Center offers a full range of facilities and services, which are both affordable and customizable to the needs of every user. The MyBIM Showcase is uniquely designed for all exhibition and promotion needs. It is equipped with 5 LCD TVs, ideal for digital displays, offering the perfect opportunity and environment to exhibit products and services. They also come with designated islands for ad hoc sit-down discussions. MyBIM Lab is a classroom facility for customized trainer-trainee sessions, offering the most conducive milieu for learning and teaching. In providing an interactive environment, MyBIM Lab also comes with a touchscreen teaching panel and furnished with state-of-the-art double-monitor high-end computers. The MyBIM Studio is specially designed for consultants and clients in mind, with facilities to design and manage projects. The 22-seater authoring studio is ready with a centrally controlled projection system, workstations and AV system, perfect for interactive presentations and Q&A sessions. To top it off, MyBIM Studio is also equipped with 3D printing facilities for creating lifelike models. MyBIM Seminar Room is a contemporary 70-seater room with integrated PA and AV systems, making the room ideal for talks, seminars, launches and briefings. Located next to the MyBIM showcase area, the seminar room can open up to accommodate even more than 70 people if required. Other day-to-day spaces at MyBIM Center include a board meeting room, communal areas, spacious prayer rooms, and a cafeteria, making it a truly full-service center. MyBIM Center also offers a wide range of CIDB certified BIM training programs, including high-quality yet affordable training courses at various levels. Users also have access to the MyBIM Library, Malaysia's first ever digital component database, which allows you to download 3D models for your BIM-based project use. To extend its reach beyond Klang Valley, MyBIM Center has also set up MyBIM satellite centers at UNIMAP, UMP, UMS, and UTM, with more to come, making the facilities and services accessible all across Malaysia. To find out more, visit www.mybimcenter.com.my. Inspire, innovate, evolve. Visit us today and make MyBIM Center your BIM one-stop center. CIDB's National BIM Center, or MyBIM Center, is the premier one-stop center providing state-of-the-art infrastructure and services to facilitate industry players in adopting building information modeling. With support and commitment of the Malaysian government, MyBIM Center has been developed in line with the 11th Malaysia Plan and the Construction Industry Transformation Program 2016-2020 by CIDB to usher in the digital transformation of the industry and pave the way for successful implementation of BIM in Malaysia. Strategically located on the 11th floor Menara Sunway Putra, MyBIM Center is easily accessible by public transport. With nearby hotels for accommodation, MyBIM Center is a perfect venue for seminars and training sessions. BIM hardware and software can generally be perceived to be costly, but with MyBIM Center, implementing BIM technology does not have to be. MyBIM Center offers a full range of facilities and services, which are both affordable and customizable to the needs of every user. The MyBIM Showcase is uniquely designed for all exhibition and promotion needs. It is equipped with 5 LCD TVs, ideal for digital displays, offering the perfect opportunity and environment to exhibit products and services. They also come with designated islands for ad hoc sit-down discussions. MyBIM Lab is a classroom facility for customized trainer-trainee sessions, offering the most conducive milieu for learning and teaching. In providing an interactive environment, MyBIM Lab also comes with a touchscreen teaching panel and furnished with state-of-the-art double-monitor high-end computers. The MyBIM Studio is specially designed for consultants and clients in mind, with facilities to design and manage projects. The 22-seater authoring studio is ready with a centrally controlled projection system, workstations and AV system, perfect for interactive presentations and Q&A sessions. To top it off, MyBIM Studio is also equipped with 3D printing facilities for creating lifelike models. MyBIM Seminar Room is a contemporary 70-seater room with integrated PA and AV systems, making the room ideal for talks, seminars, launches and briefings. Located next to the MyBIM showcase area, the seminar room can open up to accommodate even more than 70 people if required. Other day-to-day spaces at MyBIM Center include a board meeting room, communal areas, spacious prayer rooms, and a cafeteria, making it a truly full-service center. MyBIM Center also offers a wide range of CIDB certified BIM training programs, including high-quality yet affordable training courses at various levels. Users also have access to the MyBIM Library, Malaysia's first ever digital component database, which allows you to download 3D models for your BIM-based project use. To extend its reach beyond Klang Valley, MyBIM Center has also set up MyBIM satellite centers at unit.
Good morning. Testing sound, thank you very much, thank you. Yeah, maybe level down a bit. Sounds a little loud.
lunch. And for those who are still just outside the hall and you're interested in our next topic, which will be delivering sustainable legacies, infrastructure versus digital. I think that's what it stands for, the X. So we're going to find out more about that in just a short moment. If you're keen on finding out more about this topic, please do kindly join us in this hall. Don't forget to key in, or rather sign in with our team outside for your CPD and CKD points. And on that note, we also want to quickly let you guys know that we're going to be trying our very best to stick to time, as not only are we conducting the sessions live with all of you here, but we're also broadcasting. So thank you very much for joining us virtually as well, ladies and gentlemen. So on that note, allow me to introduce to you our next presenter. He is Mr. Sylvester Wong, Vice President, Asia ESG Services Lead with ACOM, our networking lounge sponsor. Please welcome Mr. Sylvester Wong to the stage to speak on delivering sustainable legacies, infrastructure, X Digital.
Thank you. Right. Mic test. Hi. Okay, yes. Well, good afternoon. After lunch, it's always a really tough time. Thanks a lot, Terrence, for that intro. Much thanks to CIDB and Ministry of Works for hosting us today. And good afternoon again. So my name is Sylvester Wong. I came in, I haven't been back for about 5 years now, since before the pandemic. And things have changed. Across from our office, we see the new construction coming up. There's so much dynamic stuff happening here in Kuala Lumpur, and really, really excited. Just share with you, I think it was about 10 years ago that I first took my first Uber here in KL. It was sort of this time when there was so much excitement about new technologies and excitement about the way that our cities are changing. And over those past 10 years, some of you have heard of ACOM. ACOM's one of the world's most trusted infrastructure firms, and we've got a big team over here in KL, and we're focused on something that's much bigger than this year or this decade, but we're focused on legacies. We're focused on legacies that are sustainable, and we call that sustainable legacies. It's about us, about all of you professionals, owners, consultants, and thinking through what kind of impact we want to make on this world. All the work that you're doing, right? The brilliant technology, the brilliant sort of design work, the finance work, everything that comes together in this amazing industry of buildings and infrastructure. That X is multiplication. It's not versus. It's infrastructure multiplied by digital creates the potential for sustainable legacies. So for us, it is a time to change the way we all do business. It's an amazing time, but it's also a very critical time as the earth is changing, as societies are trying to figure out how to work through major urban challenges, population growth, pandemics, right? And economic change that impacts everybody from the big conglomerates all the way down to the small and medium enterprises and businesses that make our cities tick. And so when we're trying to change the way that we do business, we think about what has outsized impact. What's going to move the needle? What creates, when we take one step, how many hundreds of steps in that direction is it going to have a ripple effect? And so in my 25 years of designing cities and infrastructure, I think through all the buildings that have come up, because I decided to draw a building here on a plan, or we decided to invest in a city or a plant or a power or anything like that. And we see that a huge piece of it, because of buildings and other infrastructure and even transportation here in the lower left, more than 47%. This is almost, I'm going to do my math real quick, 70% of all of our impact when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions and its impact on the future of this planet comes from the activities that we do. And we're here today talking about technology. We all love it, right? Tools and software and visualization. And it's all got to mean something, right? This purpose. And so we at AECOM, we've really articulated that purpose. These sustainable legacies fall into these 4 areas of embedding sustainable development into everything that we do, improving social outcomes, achieving net zero, and then enhancing governance. And when you think about those 4 things, sustainable development is about thriving planets, right? The improving of social outcomes is thinking about a fairer, more equal society that our infrastructure empowers. Eliminating carbon gets us to that net zero, and then finally, to do better, we must be better. And that's the core of governance. A lot of people ask me, oh my goodness, this ESG thing, is it real? Is it, what's going on here? Is this just another marketing ploy? And I get that question a lot. And it's true, right? The United States and the UK, maybe Australia, they have very advanced policies and they're driving it. Oh, why are you doing ESG? It's because the government told me so, right? But here in Asia, it's different. We're a little bit more practical, aren't we? We kind of we're going after things. We got businesses, we got family businesses. And yet, at the same time, this one is so important because we do exist in a global economy. We've got asset managers and capital markets who are now looking at our buildings that we build or the transport systems that we build, and they're saying, do I invest in it, or is there something better for me to invest in? And so it comes down to investment and attracting folks and capital, and that's when it gets super exciting here. So we've all made commitments, right? We've heard it, a lot of the big COP27, all the big companies all over the world have said, oh, we're going to be net zero by X year, and we're going to reduce our carbon footprint, and it's so forth. And we at AECOM, we hear that. We've helped some of them come up with those strategies. And yet, the next step is, so what? What's next? What are we going to do now? How do we get there? How do we get first year of a quick win that really gets us there, and not just theory and talk? So we call that ambition into action. And this is where today, with all of our digital tools, it really comes to fruition. 3 things. 1, we can only improve what we can measure. And of course, everyone out there in the exhibition booths, when we were walking around, I know a lot of you know our dear colleague Yep. Let's wave. Hello. It was very kind of him to invite me to come over to help talk about and share this excitement we have around the ability to measure in a 3D, 4D way all of these great infrastructure and buildings that we're doing. I want to share with you, of course, some projects that you know so well right here. And I'm so proud that my colleagues have really been pioneering. It's a global organization, right? We have 50,000 people around the world. We work on rail systems everywhere and transport, and I ask around, does anybody have the kind of advancement that we at the KL Metro Hub, we call it the Metro Hub, it's the center of excellence for our whole enterprise, all of AECOM, that our team here is doing crazy stuff like this, right? This is a huge line. These are multiple lines, all stitched together, huge packages and scopes that we've worked on. The tunnels, the stations, the systems, and when you put it all together, it's a lot of data. And you are all data geeks. I'm a data geek. I love it. And yet trying to juggle it all, that's where managing that information and figuring out why we're collecting it is so important. This is where the ESG side, the component comes in. If we have this data, we have 20, I can't even count. We have over 500 professionals working to pull together drawings that cover every one of the potential trades that you've got, from civil to equipment to tunnels and ventilation. And you're trying to put all these different layers into a single system. It's almost impossible to do unless you have everything on this BIM. It's not just about building information modeling, right? It's not just about the information or the modeling. It's what do you do with it? And that's why there are mandates everywhere, worldwide now, to say, we gotta keep a hold on this information, figure it out. This is our tech stack, right? It's not about inventing new things. It's power use of the tools that some of our great partners out there. I saw Bentley out there, I saw some others, and bringing that together so that the information flows between them with over 500 professionals trying to figure out and do good for this project are able to then make heads and tails of this very complex stuff. We're just building it on very common platforms so that it's easy for our teams to adopt and train and go between departments and go from sometimes from client to consultant and vice versa. This is one of the dashboards. We have a single source of truth, 75,000 documents equivalent in the system to bring this thing together. I mean, this is where the power of BIM has been so important, and it was so important to have a client, an owner who believed in it, who drove it so that everybody had to come together in this one system. MRTC has been a driver and continues to be leading the charge when it comes to globally a transport organization harnessing information for society. Yeah, I was telling my team this is a crowd that loves 3D visualization. So let's share a little bit of it. But when you go through this and you start to realize how complex a tunnel and station system is, right? Buildings like this, a convention center, already pretty complex because of the mechanicals. But here you're talking about moving parts, rolling stock. You're talking about moving people in and out of fire danger, right? Look at this thing. Look at this thing. This is like a sports car on acid. This is crazy. You know, the ventilation that you need for people, for the trains themselves, and you don't even see any of this on the ground. So in order to make sure that we can get it in there so that we're not clashing with different services, it's a massive effort. Anyway, I'm just enjoying this. This is one of the stations in Titiwangsa. You're going to see both the internal stuff and then the finished product as well. We're so proud that what it allowed us to do is let people focus on what they do really well, right? The mechanicals, the fire, the safety, the structural, the train operations folks, the vertical circulation folks, and the architects. And you'll see later, and you walk it through every day as you take the system, that the architects have done a wonderful job too to create a fantastic human experience running through this, right? I won't go through all the videos. There's lots of videos, there's lots of cutaways, and you can tell the complexity of the systems and the backup systems and what our teams had to go through to find clashes, to find places where the systems were at first design not working together. And we were able to save so much time and so much from redundant work or finding out on the construction site. And so the end result, of course, are these beautiful infrastructure that empowers opportunity. And because we have the data, now we're doing a whole exercise on life cycle assessment to understand the carbon footprint of all of these things, from the embodied carbon in the supply chain to the construction methodology to their operation and even to the end of life. And I don't think there's going to be an end of life to this. This is really amazing work. So it's, of course, KL, fantastic. I wanted to share that first because I want us to be very proud of what's been achieved here. But I'm going to take us through a few more cities. Right? Our folks in London have been doing a lot of this computational design work. We're using AI now to kind of look through rail systems, even automate some of the design. Like, you know, those ancillary works where the tracks got to be balanced out, and we don't have to even do that with a live person in the first run anymore. And that allows us to spend our key energy on measuring the impact of what we're designing. This is one, for example, where you can harness the data from the video of the trains themselves to figure out the biodiversity and the impact of the red side over there are vegetation that are impacting the operations of the train. And so instead of manually doing this, now we can harness this AI and feed it into our overall digital twin and BIM model of network rail and their system. And now again, it's about extracting and measuring information so we can improve, you know, whether it's for social impact, the works that we're doing around Stonehenge, you need to see and visualize what's going on. And by integrating it with text, we get a lot more stakeholder engagement as well. And even things as big as the entire Heathrow, Stansfeld, and Gatwick airport operation system, once you have that BIM model, it allows us to do operational things you never thought of. We walk where we anticipate our steps, right? We don't want to walk someplace where we don't really know, we don't know what we're about to fall into. We always want to see what's ahead. So the power of BIM, of course, allows us to do that. We all know that. It has a great ESG impact as well, because we're not redundantly doing things over and over again. And we can see and model what we did in New York, for example, for JFK. We've written some scripts into Revit. Here's the whole sort of workflow here. We've got all sorts of things, from Dynamo scripts to Civil 3D doing some things, and often we even go back to Excel. Oh my goodness, another Excel sheet. We're doing all this programming to replace Excel sheets, but guess what? How many people here do not know how to use Excel? Right? No hands. I knew it. Everyone's fluent in Excel, which allows for adoption. And the thing that I see all the time, I'm also in fintech. I do a lot of venture capital work. I've got some stuff on the side and things like that. It's great. And we see bright young minds with cool ideas all the time. And my question to them, always challenging, is how are you going to get adoption? How are you going to get your user so you can build your user base? If it's a great product, but it's a hard barrier to come in. So that's why we love Excel. Excel seems so simple, but because it's simple, you get adoption. So here we go. This is one of the, I'm not going to go through the whole video, but it's a slightly fast-forward way of running through the parameters that we had to put in and show that the computational design behind the Revit model allowed us not to have to draw every single pile, every single cap, every single beam. We just put it in there with the parameters that needed, and you've got, multiply this by hundreds of kilometers of work. And I think you're starting to see the power of this. Now, if you ask somebody to try to go in and try to do this, they'll be totally daunted. But the nice thing is Excel gives us an easy entry point. Well, you want to learn about it? Start with this. Help me source through this data. And so training becomes adoption, becomes innovation. And in LA, walking where we anticipate. This is the true power of 4D and BIM, right? Understanding how construction works. And when you can unlock the power of construction time visualization, I think of it as chess moves, right? It's all strategic. And then unlocking, like what we did here, we found unused parts of the land because of the construction phasing, that we could accelerate the timeline of certain things, and then that kind of speeds us up. Time is money. Time is everything. And the more complex, the more we need to anticipate and visualize through things like BIM. Finally, we create impact when we collaborate. And in San Francisco, we use the power of BIM and GIS to have real impact, right? So after the pandemic, all these different agencies, transit and buses and so forth, are trying to figure out how are we going to expand in a whole new way. And how are we going to do it so that the underserved, the lower income families who are not getting any access to these services could, in the planned expansion of the network, be able to be served well. And so a lot of scenario building, we're starting to do it, and we're starting to do it on some very technical things. Oh, this is easier to build. It looks like there's no access here. But what we ended up doing is we harnessed real data of family incomes and affordability and distance to stations, and in doing so, had a much more data-rich, impactful way of creating social impact. And so the Seamless San Francisco project ended up kind of there are some things we didn't even know. And we figured out how to stitch together bus lines and train and alternative modes of transport based on real data from the neighborhoods. I think some of you have seen these viral videos of some bacteria trying to create the Tokyo network. I think it's on Instagram or something like that. But it's sort of like moving in that direction. So we've really loved taking this data across on the building information, on the asset information model level, on the geographic information systems level, and then making great decisions out of that. So I hope you know, it's become a little bit of a show and tell, I suppose, but we're just really glad that these types of experiences fuel us to our one big ambition as AECOM. Our big ambition right now, called Scope X, is to help all of our clients and our partners to achieve 50% reduction in carbon footprint. And that means the whole life cycle. Some of you will recognize this, right? The stage of the materials and the embodied carbon, the stage of use and operational carbon, and then the stage of actually what happens to the buildings and the assets after their use and useful life. You pulled all that together, and a lot of what we're doing around we call it Scope X. There's Scope 1, 2, 3, which you've all heard. Scope X is our ability to influence through design. And I hope this is basically a takeaway that we all have an opportunity with our tools and our software and our systems to make meaningful, impactful why we are doing this. Why are we inventing all these amazing tools? Why are we gathering all this data? It's hopefully to empower our partners, empower our communities to have a more lasting and impactful change from our work. And so we have a whole library of things I'd love to show you another time, of the types of takeaways and outcomes that we've done from projects all over the world. 60% carbon reduction here, biodiversity change there, across airports, across city plans. One last animation, I hope this is kind of interesting, is a whole tool that allows us to play around with design. So it's plugged into Revit, it's plugged into all sorts of things, and allows you then to make decisions on the fly. And at the end of the day, that's what we're hoping to do, right? Make smart decisions. There we go. That's, 50,000 people. We're just really lucky to be here in KL and working with many of you to create change. And we really look forward to doing a lot more of that and sharing some of these best practices. Because whilst we are empowered by all the data that we're collecting through all the wonderful tools and sensors. I saw a drone out there that's flying around, and what we do with it is what we create in a sustainable legacy for all. So thank you very much. Terima kasih. I appreciate your time. Thank you. On time.
Very on time. We don't have any questions on the screen for you, sir, but let's take a look and see in the crowd if there are any live questions. Does anyone want to pose a live questions to Sylvester? As usual, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much, guys, for your kind attention. I'd like to invite Encik Nur Iskandar to kindly join us on stage in presenting a memento of our appreciation.
Yeah? Oh, I was just plugging one of the expo, one of the booths.
Once again, please join me in thanking Mr. Sylvester Wong, Vice President, Asia ESG Services Lead, AECOM. Thank you very much, sir, for presenting on delivering sustainable legacies, infrastructure digital. That was truly insightful. And once again, folks, unfortunately, no presentations will be made available to you. However, you may get the recorded copy of all presentations, which will be sent to you towards the end of the month. Thank you. Let me just quickly check if our next speaker is in the room. Mr. Chiu Siak Ko. Okay, you're there. All right, great. So, ladies and gentlemen, our next presentation is on Glodon 5D, BIM, the empowerment of BIM in digital construction cost management. I would like to invite the country product manager for Glodon Company Limited, our gold sponsor, Mr. Chiu Siak Ko.
Okay, so, all right. Yeah, we are still online. Cool. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the MC with the welcoming introductory. And my name, Chiu Siak Ko. You can call me Kor. It will be more, I think, more easier. So, and I represent Glodon. Here we'll bring you some understanding about digital constructions from our Glodon's concept. So, it sounds big, but let's break it down into today's agenda. We will start a little bit about introductions of our company. Definitely, I'm here from my company, so I will be introducing what we are going on. And there is the digital construction concept that we, in Glodon, we have come up with a white paper that I will talk a little bit about it. Then we will move from the digital construction concept into costing relevant information. After the costing, then we'll look into what is the return of investment in digitization for construction industry, technically speaking. So without further ado, let's go in. All right, so for Glodon, we have established our construction industry experience for 24 years, started since 1998 in China, and up to now, we have more than 80 branches, subsidiaries around the world with 9,400 employees, and we have 340,000 of corporates on board with our solutions, with the 10 millions of users being in the middle of digitization transitions. As in Glodon Malaysia alone, we have 600 clients on board with 3,500 licensed souls, and 13 universities are actually in the collaborations with us and trained. Together, we trained more than 16,000 of users. So that's a quick glance about introductions for Glodon. I don't want you all to, suffer with too much of commercial advertising about our company. So let's move on to something theoretical. So digital construction, what is it about and why am I here talking about it? So as in Glodon, in year 2018, we have published our white paper about digital construction, looking into how we can digitize the construction industry. And we came up with this concept with three key concerns, I would say. So first, we look in together into the three macro point of view, looking into all processes, all elements, and all parties. So we break down into every each of the process, every each of the elements that involves every parties that take place. And after the three macros, you put these findings into three drivers: digitization, connectivity, and intelligence. So in full phrase, it's called digital data, internet connectivity, and artificial intelligence that we have mentioned earlier on. And eventually, with the three macros point of view, putting into three drivers, eventually you will get three innovative solutions in new design, new construction, and new maintenance, all within the same platform, digital building platform. And that is for the sake of balancing or manipulating the use of digital twin to coordinate between the physical environment and the virtual environment. So it sounds too theoretical, it sounds too big. So how it actually looks like, is it even practical? Yes, it is. This is one of the somehow screenshot from one of the solutions available with us. We have more than 30 cases over the world looking into digital solutions implementations. And this is one of it. What it does is that you have all parties, all elements, and all processes, break it down, put it into digital. We call it, there is a research term called data file. It is not an English word, I admit, but it comes that this data file, what it's trying to do is it put things into digital data. And once you have data file, all these processes, elements, parties, and then it utilizes internet connectivity. We are looking at 5G nowadays for the instance communication from the data file solution, so-called IoT, and all the way committed into the centralized database. And eventually, we put in artificial intelligence for analytics and predictions, and it presents us into a dashboard. That is what and eventually what you will be seeing is that in your PMO office, you will be able to have one glance looking into the entire project, how actually things been updated. And then eventually that helps you to come up with new planning, new construction. Oh, yeah, I'm not blocking. The screen is big enough. New planning, new construction, and new management solutions. That is what's the digital construction concept that Glodens has been publishing in the white paper. So that still sounds maybe a little bit big, but looking into part and parcel, we have seen the connectivity of IoT and so on in a panoramic view. So what it does is that from the data file, that particular research term, it's utilizing various individual tools. It may not inclusive over here, inclusive of IoT. You may see somewhat over there, the RoboDog. So you utilizes various equipments and solutions, technology, piece and parcel, put it into data file process, and then submitting all this into application system through internet connectivity and communicated over to the digital platform. So from the platform itself, you drive in intelligent analysis, and then eventually you can utilize it over the design, construction, and maintenance stages. So that is the concept of digital construction. Let me bring up the research findings recently available, published from RICS. So the better technology application, it actually helps to improve cost. It actually helps to improve cost certainty and project progress controlling. So you have better reliability on your cost, better control with your project. And the previous speaker, I think, left. So it's not to mention that spreadsheet is not good, but just that talking about better technology. And we are, huge amount of us, still reliant on spreadsheet. I believe the previous speaker has already brings you some insight. Why is it so? Because of adoptions, adaptability. Okay, so not to say no good, but don't limit yourself. Better technology means spreadsheet. That is not your limit. You can do better than that. And I here will be introducing what Gloden does more than spreadsheet, also called the better technology. Okay, so we have in Gloden, we have come up, we generalize and categorize the processes that the construction cycle. Over the time, you start off with what and so on and so forth. Definitely for international market, Gloden focuses with our very strong forte, which is the quantity taking off. And with the quantity takeoff solutions, Gloden, we plug in every each of the solutions, it matches which particular process in the construction cycle. And let's look into pre-contract. I'm not going to go in one by one, so it's not too boring. We go in group by group. So in pre-contract, what we do is we will be receiving IFC, Revit, CAD, PDF, and JPEG file, put it into software, generate the 3D model. Either it's generating or interpreting the 3D model, and relies with the availabilities of local standard method of measurement, so-called intelligent enough to notice that what are the deductions needed to be taken care, what are the logics from maybe the intersection between columns and slab, what are the logics in justifying which part should be concrete precedent, which part should be deducted. And eventually, it provides 3D visualization on how the entire model, how the entire building construction looks like. And once you have the quantity taking off done, interpreting the drawing automatically done, you will be able to get the quantity report. Definitely, it backs to square, spreadsheet again, but in the consideration of intelligence standard method of measurements. And that quantities will be so-called accurate. And you can relate that quantity directly to your bill of quantities. And other than just quantity, we have collaboration. We have collaborated in Gloden Malaysia. We have collaborated with BCISM to access through N3C's data through our bill of quantities software. So within the software itself, you will be able to utilize BCISM's historical price information for your insightful analysis. And not just historical data, we also come up with build-up rate data. So you have, it has a spreadsheet kind of platform, allowing you to more flexibly building up your rate information through the updates of every each of the material, label, machineries, rate information. And then eventually, you'll be generating into the bill of quantities with intelligence from the SMM built-in intelligent analytics on quantities and also historical analysis in prices. We call it in programming research term, scientific research term, we call it the polynomial or linear available. So you immediately post it over to electronic tendering platform. We have it called e-tender. So over the e-tender, you will be able to, either you are a contractor dealing with subcontractors, or you are a consultant dealing with contractors. You tender the project, make it online, make it digital, and over the platform itself, it automatically helps you to do rate analysis, identifying the high and lowest bid, and helping you to make a benchmark and knowing that who is actually more justifiable. And we also have automatically traced arithmetical error, possible arithmetical error from the tendering. So everything goes electronic. It helps you to save a lot of huge amount of work over the quantity surveying spreadsheet compilation. So the overall idea of pre-contract digitization, what we do is we have 3D models. That is what we are gathering over here for the BIM implementation. We utilize the 3D model, generate intelligent bill of quantities, and push it over to electronic tendering platform. So the entire flow will be digitized, more automated, and less paperwork. That is the best stuff to go home earlier every day. So other than just pre-contract stage, we also have our solutions extended over into post-contract stage. So what we do in post-contract, looking into more conventional way of getting post-contract works done, what I did back then, as a contractor, you have to get to know which particular phase or flow that this is particular flow 1, that is specifically for flow 2, construction flow 1 by 1, so that you carry out the work from piece and parcel. Oh, too fast. Okay. So you carry out the work piece and parcel, and also you also need to compile claims. I remember that time, wow, it's a disaster. My subcontractors always quarrel with me. I got once, my tire got punctured by the subcontractor because I didn't pay him. Why so? Because it was previously submitted by paper-based with highlights. I bet you all are not too new for this, and it's not easily proven because the previous subcontractor, one of the other subcontractor actually claimed that particular part of work with, of course, paper and highlights. And the subsequent subcontractor claimed the same particular position and then told me that, why you didn't pay me? And when I go home, lucky enough, my bike's still running, even with a punctured tire. So, yeah, you deal with things more paperwork. And also for subcontractor, you have to coordinate, like I've said. It will be very difficult for you to trace which particular part of work actually being carried out by the subcontractor A, subcontractor B, especially when, I hope my project manager is not here, especially when the project manager decided subcontractor A involved the subcontractor B scope of work. It's not by purpose, but it's just that it happens to be convenient if the subcontractor A can build the piece of wall that's supposed to be done by subcontractor B. So everything when it comes to paperwork, it's very hard to trace and it's always superseded. You have lost track of your information from time to time. But in digital solution, in digital way, we utilize this 3D BIM information. We embed all this information within the 3D model. Within the same single 3D model, single source of 3D model, you'll be able to visualize. We have phases A, phases B, flow 1, flow 2, flow 3, with the very significant color coding. And also within the same software, same 3D model, you will automatically switch and present that this piece of wall is under claim 1, that piece of wall under claim 2, claim 3. Even for the subcontractor scope of work, it easily helps you to identify with the very differentiable color coding. And immediately you can recognize, oh, everything within one single source, and everything is well tracked. You are very easily coordinated. 3D modeling, as in Golden Cubic Course, we do quantity information extractions. So we extract quantity information from 3D. This is what we always say. So whatever you have presented just now, you see the phases, you see the claims, you see the subcontractors with indications. It also interpreted into spreadsheet for adoptabilities. So it also interpreted into spreadsheet. And one thing I remember the most when I was a junior QS that time at a contractor firm, early morning, my senior would ask me, hey, give me the subcontractors, what do you call it, separated quantity information. So yeah, you will get the subcontractor A, how much it does, subcontractor B, how much it does. And next moment, right after lunch, hey, give me progress claim quantity. Oh, I'm going to compile all over again because everything is paper-based and highlights. I'm going to calculate every single thing again. But with the available of 3D information, so you utilize the 3D information, let the software do the work. Now you want subcontractor, so you arrange subcontractor information first. Now later you want progress claim information, you arrange progress claim information first. And immediately you will present to you. You don't have to compile the entire half day again and just for the sake of presentation of reporting quantity. That is hassle. Right, so other than the so-called the segmentations functions, segregating the quantities, we also build available with clash detection. I think this is the best part of the BIM. So as you can see here, we have MVP services, clashes detection over the buildings. So immediately you will be identifying that what are the clashes between the architecture and structural works, how should we be rerouted. Within our software, we built in available of a few functions to help you rerouting. So instead of drawing the pipe to reroute over the column of beam, you click 60 degree, 50 mm of spacing. Immediately it will reroute in design automatically with the exact quantity extraction. We will even tell you that 60 degree elbow, how many pieces of it? Automatically done. This is how it's supposed to be utilized in the BIM era. And every changes that you decided for coordination purpose, as soon as it takes place, the better cost saving it is. I bet this is not new for everyone. Other than coordination rerouting, we also have variation management. What it does is that in terms that you receive 2D drawing design changes, so you put it into the software, let the software tells you which part has been changed and what are the changes it looks like. It will be immediately highlighted in the drawing with red and green telling you that what are the amendments done. And once you do adjustment to the 3D model, done already, immediately you will be able to extract the quantity information that the adjustment has been made. So through your adjustment, basically you give the software to read the drawing. You let the software to read the drawing and you do the adjustment, let the software to tell you the quantity. Everything goes digital, everything goes automated. So eventually, it is data continuity flow. You'll be receiving VO, phases, claims, subcon, all these 3D information model within one single same modeling and extracted into a bill of quantities or spreadsheet, wherever format suitable for your application. It will help you in final account, expedite the claim speed, and also helps you to do some justification with the variation and everything. Every single information is more traceable and secured. So we look into return of investment. We have talked a lot about digital construction, costing, golden cubic cost, advertising. So what is the return of investment? Okay, we have did a rough calculation. We have did a rough calculation based on of course, our software price. And then apparently, based on our software prices, it takes about 7 months for you, it helps you to break even in the implementation. In 1 year time, I'm blocking. So in 1 year time, it possibly help you to recover by 100%. In 2 years time, at the approximate 300%. Of course, these are rough calculations. Don't take it too serious. Based on our calculations of software prices, these are your return. But we always give discount . So this is the big price, yet it covers you with that return of percentage. So if you look into research paper, I am still carrying on my PhD study, and I read through a lot about digitization in constructions. And when I look into ROI, they will tell us that, digital technology, don't look at the price, don't look at the cost, look in productivity. That is your return of investment. It is not me. It is from all the research paper. Many researchers tell the same thing. It will definitely tell you that, don't look at price. Talk cost later, talk cost later. Talk about productivity first. So apparently, based on that, we did some productivity analysis. We refer to various types of projects, residents. As you may see, we have captured quite some residents in our case studies. And we compare this amount of work carried out in traditional practice and this amount of work carried out in digital solution, so-called QP cost, how long it takes, how efficient it is in return. So apparently, it's averagely about 200% efficiency improvements. So it improves, that's the digital technology part. It improves your efficiency in the application. Okay, so sorry if you didn't manage to capture. It flows on. So we have looked into a lot of figures, but what are the cases? Is there any cases to support? Yes. This is one of our neighbor, Indonesia company, PT Wijaya Kaya. So PT Wijaya Kaya, we call it Wika in Indonesia, implemented our software solutions into their project, one of the 13 floors project. So it helps them to improve their efficiency and better project management. They even propose the digital flow, the digital workflow of carrying out projects. They don't use paperwork, they go on digitally. This is what our neighbor does. Okay. Okay, so even in tender stage, they have received drawings and then they made it available with 3D. Putting in the 3D into definitely our software solution to do calculation and coordination and eventually extract bill of quantities. And that helps them to increase their efficiency and accuracy. Well, they further carry on the use of the same 3D model into construction stage. With that, they made it available with more comprehensive utilization, including the availability of materials orders, bar bending schedulings, so on and so forth, various type of shop drawings, and for the aid of coordinating VO, progress claims, and so on and so forth. So with that, they told us, for the sake of quantity discrepancies coordination, with the use of digital technology, it promotes easy traceability, easier adaptability, and easier communication from one party to another. Looking into progress claim itself, it helps them to prove better since the available of 3D visualization. And we have made online available the 3D model. You can push it online and do communications and coordinations. With that, it promotes their communications through online clarifications. And for variation order, as you may see earlier, the software operation presentation, it's more traceable and easy for comparison, understanding that what are the differences between the variation, and it helps them to secure better and easier clarification since the aid of visualizations. Not just our Indonesian neighbor, we have also our Singaporean neighbor telling us that it promotes their accuracy with the implementation and help them to do real-time cost data management. It collaborates seamlessly and efficiently and making better insights for their project decision making. Even locally within Malaysia, we do have claiming that the utilization of digital solutions make them more precise with 0% redundancy, increase their work efficiency and greater acumen for project decision making. So before we wrap up every single thing, looking into what holds us, that it sounds like, wow, so good, everything goes so well and everything goes so perfectly done. What holds us back from software implementation, digitization? Based on RICS recent research report that I shown earlier, short of skilled staff and resistant to change, these are the two main barriers that more than half of the respondents' responses, more than half of the respondents claim that shortage of skilled staff is their main concern. Resistant to change is the thing that holds us back from software implementation. Whereas in Glodon, we provide QP cost training and not just on-site but also online support, helping you together, going through the digital transformation, making sure that short of skill stuff is not something that holds you back. But resistant to change, this is something personal. It's about perception. So let me bring you a new perception. Recent Autodesk research, oh, I hope it doesn't hurt Autodesk here. So recent research found that every decrease of 10% productivity, it similar equals to decrease of 5% profitability. What does it sound? It doesn't sound too much for me. 10% productivity, never possible. Let me tell you, the McKinsey report in 2015, year 2015, calculated that from year 2005 to year 2015, having every decrease of 1.4% of productivity for construction industry alone. Decrease of 1.4% every yearly. Since 2005 to 2015. That is about 10 years. It's about 15% of decreasing productivity. And now we are going about 2025 already. There are consistently 20 years of never changing, giving you a negative 30% of productivity. It equivalent to 15% of losing profitability. Have you even came across, I heard some of our clients saying, in order to tender projects successfully, to win a tender is not easy. So they secure their profitability at 5% for each project. But now, let me tell you, in another 2 more years' time, you're going to lose negative, you are going to lose 15%. Even if you have a quotation of 5% of profitability, that's a 10% of getting lost. Is that still a reason for you to resist for any changes? Tell me through the QR code. Send me over and give me some insights. Telling me that, Cole, you are wrong. Never possible. 30%, sorry, no rude word here, but 30% is impossible for our company or so on. Tell me through the QR code. Let me know whether is it true. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cole. And we are looking at the screen to take a look at questions if we have any. Right, we do have one. Let's take a quick look and see what questions have come in for you on our slido.com microsite. And if you do have any, ladies and gentlemen, you may post them via Slido or live. I will be able to provide you with a mic. And let's take a look and see how many have come through. At this moment, we do not have any. Are there any questions from the floor?
Luck is with me, I guess.
So, on that note, that means we say thank you to Mr. Kaur. I'd like to invite Encik Nur Iskandar to kindly join us on stage in presenting a memento of our sincere appreciation to Mr. Kaur here for talking to us about Glodden 5D BIM, the empowerment of BIM in digital construction cost management. Thank you very much, Mr. Chew Siak Kaur, Country Product Manager with Glodden Company Limited, our gold sponsor. We truly thank you for your insights into the topic. And the next session is scheduled to be a panel. So I would like to invite our panelists to kindly join us up front. And once again, just before we get started with this session, allow me to remind you to kindly sign out towards the end of our day for CPD and CKD points. And don't forget to drop by our exhibition to take a look at what we have to offer in the foyer area of WTC. So we have joining us on the panel Mr. Khairul Anwar, BIM Manager with IJM Corporation Berhad, Mr. Muhammad Shaiful Safwan bin Nordin, BIM Manager with UMP Holdings Sendirian Berhad, and Mr. Ahmad Sharainun Mat Sarani, Managing Director, Microcorp Technology Sendirian Berhad. To moderate this discussion and to take charge of the conversation, I'll be handing the floor to Professor Madya Dr. Ahmad Tarmizi Harun. You met him earlier. He's the Senior Director of Innovation and Commercial with University Malaysia Pahang. Topic of conversation is technology adoption policies in Malaysia, challenges, and most importantly, opportunities. Over to you, Professor Madya, Dr. Ahmad Tarmizi.
Okay, many thanks again for the brief introduction, Mr. MC. Okay, Assalamualaikum again and very good afternoon, and good to see some of you still here who are still tuning up to the end of the event. So we at the last session for today for the forum. So today we're going to be discussing about technology adoption policies in Malaysia, challenges and opportunities. So what we're going to be doing for this session, first we're going to be having a brief discussion about the policies, and then we're going to have a forum discussion together with 3 panels, and at the time we're going to open up to the floor if you have any question regarding to the policies associated with the BIM implementation in Malaysia. So together with me today, again has been introduced by Mr. MC, we have Mr. Sharanon, MD from Microcorp Sdn Bhd, Mr. Safwan, BIM Manager from UMP Holdings, and so Mr. Khairul Anwar, BIM Manager from IGM. It's quite a well-balanced panel that we have here, coming from software solutions, coming from BIM consultants, and also coming from the... Are you presenting a contractor or the developer, IGM? I need to ask first.
I will be representing the construction industry.
Okay, the contractor,
yes. Yep.
I would say. Okay. So before we start, I would like to give some sort like 3 to 5 minutes to each panel to discuss your background in terms of your companies and also your where you're coming from, to give some idea and context of your view. Whenever we give you a question, then we really understand in which angle that you're coming from. So maybe we can start with the most senior one, Mr. Sharain, a good friend of mine.
Thank you, Dr. Tarmizi. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you all still awake. This is a panel session talking about the policy. Okay, my name is Ahmad Sharainon Muhammad Sharani. I'm from Microcorp Sdn Bhd. So most likely in BIM, I'm doing BIM for facility management. So we are dealing with the BIM specifically towards for FMs. So I think our journey on doing BIM is slightly a lot of things to do. Yeah, we are dealing with a lot of challenges and future opportunity in the era of the IR 4.0. And I think that's, yeah, we are doing this for past 20 over years. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, to add a bit about Mr. Sharanon and so Mr. Joe here, we've been together as far as the BIM journey under CITP, Construction Industry Transformation Program, since 2016. Then we have assisted the government agency through CIDB, GKR, also Lembaga Berbahaya Malaysia to help develop the policy and requirement for BIM implementation. So give you some idea of context where both of them coming from. Okay, next Mr. Joe.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. Okay, my name is Safwan Nordin, but you can call me Joe. I'm from UMP Holding as a BIM manager at there, and basically I'm a BIM consultant. And for your information, my experience is split into 3 segments. The first one is training and education. For information, I have trained more than 2,000 participants regarding the BIM. The second one is more toward to the organizational transformation. This one is meaning that we are basically providing the capability building to the company to do the transformation, and also for this particular item, also we are providing to develop the strategy document and also the contract documentation for the company. And the last is I also have experience regarding the project and consultation, focusing on the government project and also the private sector project. That's all.
Many thanks, Mr. Joe. Okay, next we move to the third panel, Mr. Khairul Anwar, BIM Manager from IGM Corp.
Okay, thank you. Very good morning, very good evening, everyone. My name is Karono Benjirario, but everyone always call me Noah. So in IGM, I started to join IGM in 2019, handling on the project of the Affin-Bank TRX. So as per that particular task, I've been implemented a lot of BIM things inside the Affin-Bank 2019. So I've been awarded from IGM itself Best BIM implementation from 2019, 20, and 21. So basically now I'm currently handling on the Kappa Hospital project for the JKRN government. So yeah, that's me.
So we have heard about their context of experience and also context of expertise within the BIM implementation. But our topic today is quite general, talking about the policy adoption. So you may answer regarding to the specific experience regarding to digital technology, BIM, or maybe you have some idea regarding beyond the digital adoption. Okay, before we start, I just need to brief some overview of the what currently happening in terms of as far as policy of technology adoption is concerned. So a policy is basically a statement of intent, some say regulation, some say idea, and is implemented as a procedure or protocol that must be complied with. Policy are generally adopted by a government, by a governance body within an organization. So basically plays critical elements. The most critical one, if we want to push quickly the adoption of the technology. So within the context of Malaysia, we are governed by Malaysia Plan. Up until now, we have 12 Malaysian Plan, a comprehensive outline of government development policies and strategy, which is also referred as a Malaysia 5-year plan. So from there, down to the several ministry, we have ministry specific policies or strategies. For instance, National Construction Policy 2030 by Ministry of Work Malaysia, National Housing Policy 2018-25 by Ministry of Local Government and Development, or better known as KPKT, Technology Transfer Policy, setempat carried out by the MOSTI, setempat carried out by agency under MOF, known as a Technology Depository Agency. And then the National Policy on Science, Technology and Innovation 2021, 2030, and many more. So the similarity, if you look at the policies, they are talking about the digital innovation and transformation, and to a certain extent, specifically mention about building information modeling, especially if you look at the National Housing Policy and also National Construction Policy 2030. Now when it comes to the agency to execute those policies, we have Construction 4.0 strategic plan by CIDB, Industry Forward 4.0, and also several policies by MIDA and also MOHR. So some of the policy is more towards facilitative, means that to assist many companies, individuals in order to implement BIM and then new technology. And so they came in a form of subsidy, tax exemption, and so transformation grants and many more. On the other hand, because certain situation we need to have carrot and certain situation we need to have stick to push the implementation, or else we are not going anywhere. So on the other hand, we also have policies to drive the demand, because the demand need to be created first, only the people are going to implement things. That's basically the idea happening in Malaysia. So as can be seen under the JKR, under the Arahan Kutu Pengah Kerja Raya for BIM implementation in 2020, and also LLM BIM policy 2022. So this policy sets as a compulsory requirement for project implementation and thus create market demand to cover the technology, process change, business needs, and human capital requirement. So basically the idea of this policy looking at market push and also market pull, so that when we want to implement BIM, any new technology, it must come together in an integrated way, consisting of people, process, and also technology, and most critically the human manpower. So the first question I would like to address here, regarding to the challenges when, as far as government is concerned, they have driven many efforts in order to support the changes and adoption of the technology, coming from the creating the market demand, creating the regulation, market push, market pull, and everything. So, okay, to Mr. Sharon first. So, from your point of view, what are the key challenges faced in driving technology adoption in the construction industry in Malaysia? Although we already have those policies in place.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Basically, from my experience on implementing this technology, BIMs or FMs, you know. So, and also I also conducted recently a research together with the University of Meiji, Japan, and also UTM. So yes, there is a list of things that as a challenges, you know, maybe people talk about lack of awareness, limited exposure, experience, you know, cost, you know, like Gordon said, cost, you know, profits, you know. But all these challenges is actually people or you can immediately change, or we can immediately change it. It's not a challenge anymore, or turn it something to as an opportunity. But the biggest one is the cultural change. Cultural change, and this cultural change become the ability for us to change, whether we want to change it or not. So whether we able to do it, whether we ever want to do. So regardless if the cost is higher or the cost is cheaper, if the cost is cheaper, they don't want to change. They don't want to change. The culture said they don't want to change. So the ability for us to change, especially in digital technology or adoption of this digital technology. If you are a user of iPhones, so you've been asked to change it to Samsung, I believe we don't want to change it. You know, if you are a user of AutoCAD, Autodesk, suddenly they change to something else. You know, so definitely you don't want to do. So, but it's about us. You know, it's about us. You know, because we are now doing it for during I think more than 5 years, talking about these BIM adoptions. The government put a lot of things, put like 4 efforts, put up a lot of policy, you know. But if the culture is still there, culture to change, so we will not moving forward to adopt all this technology that we currently have, or maybe future will come a new one. So that is what are the biggest challenges actually.
So you highlighted the most critical part is the cultural change, and it must start with the awareness. But it would be good enough to have to aware, but to effectively do the transformation, it must start with the culture or create the culture of changes. Okay, more towards if I can summary here, personal issue, human preference issue rather than organization or process issue related to this one. Okay, I would like to ask Joe here because we are doing the BIM transformation for the company. So, the primary challenges in terms of awareness must start from the top of the company. Stakeholder, only then when the top management buy in with the idea of changing, and then they will translate into the more action, practical action to be infused into the company, and then affecting the operation level. So how does the lack of expertise and skills in BIM affect its adoption in the construction industry, but coming from an awareness of the top management?
Okay, right. Thank you, Prof. So regarding this issue, basically there are several of key factors regarding this question. But for this one, I just want to highlight. I think this is the most key factor that impact regarding the awareness and the lack of expertise among the construction players. Number one is more toward to the low level of awareness among the project team. So as far as BIM is concerned, that when we are talking about the awareness alone, this one is not focusing on the level of readiness, level of competency, and meaning that if the practitioner having low level of awareness, they maybe not be able to fully grasp the full potential of the BIM, the full potential regarding the collaboration to improve the visualization, and the most important part for me is the facilitation of the coordination during the project execution. Okay, that is the first one. And number two is regarding the limited numbers of expertise and also the skilled workers. Meaning that, let's say if we want to execute BIM, these are the main key players in order for us to execute and to ensure the successful of the BIM implementation within the project, for me. So, as far as we know that, especially on the infrastructure project, based on the current trend now, we currently shortage of the BIM user dedicatedly for the highway project under the Lembaga Labour Malaysia, federal road or the state road under the Jabatan Kerja Raya Malaysia. So these are the issues that I think may increase the risk of the project implementation within the project lah. So in my opinion, to address back this issue, policymaker play crucial role in terms of shaping back the regulatory framework and also the policies to ensure the successful adoption of BIM. And in the strategic level, for instance, Ministry of Works and several agencies under them, they already come up with the policy such as plan tindakan strategic. We do have the National Construction Policies 2030. We do have the Construction Revolution 4.0 in order to address all these kind of issues. Inside that, there are several strategic thrusts to address back this issue. So this is basically my opinion regarding the question. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Joe. I would like to highlight the shortage or the minimum numbers of BIM modeler. So last time when we did a survey in 2012, way back 10 years ago, when we asked the contractor, we asked the stakeholder, the client and also the consultant, the most favorite question issued by those people, where are the BIM users? You're talking about the modeler, coordinator. They don't talk about BIM manager, they don't bother much about BIM manager, but more on technical person who gonna get their hands dirty to do deliver the technicality and the technical aspect of the building information modeling. Coming to this year's 2023, or the question was posed last year, 2022, the same question again asked to us. Where are the BIM users? But now it's not related to building anymore. Where are the BIM users for road and highway projects? Because if you look at the recent trends right now, most of the projects tendered out by the government related to the infrastructure projects. And indeed, we are having serious problem of shortage of BIM modeler in terms of road and highway. It's something that we need to throw out here, or something from business point of view, going to create a lot of opportunity to create the user there. Okay, just want to highlight that one. Okay, because Sharon talking about the working culture, talking about the culture. Joe also talking about the personal manpower issue. And then the challenges on working culture, maybe perhaps on leadership. In your point of view, Mr. Carroll, does it affect within the environment or context of IGM itself in order to drive the technology adoption, whether it's a BIM or any new technology associated with the technology?
Okay, thank you for the question. This regarding about the culture that we have in each organizations. Yes, the culture and the leadership support also play a crucial part of the organization itself to adopt in these kind of technologies. So a culture that embrace innovations and also to enforce the R&D to try out some sort of software or also kind of new technologies inside for the organizational significantly support these technology adoptions. That's what I can say. So a support from higher management also plays a crucial part of adopting this kind of technology. So I believe that every organization has some sort of innovations group or something that should be forcefully implemented on the new technology, as because of it was just like yesterday we exposed in the BIM, and now we already have a digital twin, and also the way for us to moving forward is not to look backwards, is to moving forward. So that plays a crucial role in our department also, in terms of the higher management exposure on this BIM implementation, also to the technology adoptions.
Okay, thanks. Just now, regarding to the talk by the Glodon, they also talk about resistance to change among professionals in Malaysia when it comes to adopting BIM. So I just want to ask how culturally, from IGM point of view, you handle or manage the resistance among your team member or people when it comes to the technology adoption.
For IGM, resistance to change is very commonly used, commonly seized in some sort of organization, not only for IGM, but there are some people that really don't like to moving forward as because they are comfortable on their current places and doing CAD drafting or everything. I'm not mainly press the CAD drafter because previously I was also in a CAD drafting, and also I try to improve myself. This is the opportunity for us, for ourselves, is to grow and improve ourselves to moving forward. But as for this, someone that is not trying to improve themselves, this is kind of resistance in any department we can see.
Or is it the company need to have a dynamic KPI so that they adapt it to change, or you have linear KPI? So that because when we're talking about instilling the culture, so it must come with the first KPI. Yeah. If you have rigid KPI, the people will always be doing the same method all over again. But when you have different KPI set, first you need to have innovation in terms of your way of procedure. So would that be helpful enough in order to infuse the culture adaptive to change quickly?
We have a lot of possibilities to make changes. The first thing is to bring more awareness about the new technology that comes, and also many more things that we can implement inside, bringing them all together. But this kind of topic regarding the resistance of change is because of their age or something like that. They don't want to move because they're already comfortable in their current job scope, something like that. Yeah.
Okay. Like I said, thanks, Mr. Carroll. So, like I said just now, the government has also driven many efforts in order to drive the technology adoption, coming at the top level, operational level, even assisting it down to the operational level. As you can see, if you're doing the coordination meeting with the GKR, to a certain extent, they really going to help you hands-on, side by side, in order to assist the implementation. So, I would like to ask this question to Mr. Sharonon. We can see the collaborative effort between the stakeholders like CIDB and also GKR to contribute to overcome the challenges of technology adoption. But from your point of view, how effective they are?
Okay, yes, what JKR and CIDB do is good and effective. But how been adopted or how these people want to use to apply it is subject to them. Okay, because CIDB and JKR are trying very hard to produce from zero to hero. Before this, we don't have standard document, standard form, standard coding system. Then later on, they come up with all this policy, all the standard, and how the way we should enter the information inside the BIM model or inside the Revit even. Okay, but later on, they come up with the not just the standard, but also produce what to write in the in the Revit schedulings, you know, to the extent, you know, what they are.
Parameters, the word they use.
Yeah. So whether we want to use this technology that these people or this organization or this spend a lot of time, even though there is just a small numbers of group of people. I mean, not all JKR, no. You talk about the BIM team of JKR, CIDB BIM teams, you know, compared to the industry, you know, compared to how many numbers of industry that they want to ensure to adopt this technology, it's just a small numbers of people. You know? They spend time, effort to produce this document. But now whether we want to use it, because these people already have that. I remember those days in 2007, 2008, 2010, when I started to use BIM or Revit, you know, to start to do the BIM for FM. So I don't have any this information, and I just do whatever it takes to complete jobs. You know? But now all this is ready. So it's whether you want to adopt it. You know, it's like, you know, the plate. The gold in the plate already.
The menu is there.
The menu is there.
Just be here.
You want to use it or not, you know. The time also is shortened now, you know. And the technology is available. Okay, those days maybe the expensive computers you need to buy, you know. But now it's cheaper, and then the times, you know, the cost that being charged to the implementation of the project also is going down. But some other people say it's expensive, you know. It's like when you want to buy a Nike or Adidas shoes, you know. You don't talk about the price anymore because you know what are the quality of that product. You know, whether you want to have the good quality of the construction or the project management, so it's up to you. You know, you decide. So you still don't want to leverage the technology that currently we have. You know? Not just the technology. You know, the way how to use. It's not that you buy handphone, you learn by yourself how to use it. You know, but now. You buy handphone, there is an instruction how to do contact, how to do internet, you know, and it's ready. You don't need to learn it, you know. So these are the things that, that's right. When you said, what are the effort that been done, you know, it's not just about JKR, CIDB, Lembaga Lebuh Raya, the association itself, the MAFM, they produce a lot of helping the CIDB work with CIDB, not just MAFM, but of course because I were from MFM before, but many organisations, lembaga architects, banyak persatuan. So they also like last time, maybe few years ago, they doesn't know about BIM, but because of the awareness now they know about BIM, they also joining this kind of events, you know. So I think it's now whether we want to adopt this kind of technology or not, you know, something that, you know, we talk about awareness, you know, lack of awareness, everybody aware, you know. Even the bosses now, you know, the managing director or the chairman push things to go for this digitalization, technology adoption, because they know the benefit that they should have. I think that's my take from that.
Okay. But I believe they did a good job, but still not enough, isn't it? Need more job from them.
Yeah, the only thing that maybe because of the, I mean, now the economy are picking up. So yes. So yeah, we need to have a lot of BIM people, yes, especially on highways and roads, yes, you know. And so, and of course, we also have a lot of graduates with the knowledge of BIM.
Yes. So another challenges when it comes to the policy, because the policy is very top generic statement to drive the implementation. However, when it comes to the implementation at the ground level, operational level, the biggest reason, the biggest challenges, one of it keep highlighted by majority of the players, talking about the standardization of the BIM, either the technical deliverables, how standard is standard, the BIM model produced, and then process flow standardization, or talking about data transfer standardization. So for this question, I would like to ask Mr. Joe here, how does the lack of standardization hinder the adoption and effectiveness of implementation of BIM?
Okay, thank you, Prof. Okay, basically based on our experience dealing with many people as a coordinator, as a manager, providing all the technical management, technical coordination to them. And this element that I would like to highlight is more toward to the first one is fragmented of the workflow. Okay, for instance, is if in the absence of workflows, standard of workflows and protocol, sometimes each organization or project team tend to develop the BIM model based on their own best practice. They think that is their best practice and based on their own convention. So meaning that the BIM model producing by them is not consistent, and sometimes it tend to lead toward the issue of integration, issue of coordination later on. As simple as the setup of project base point, meaning that project A set up properly the project base point, and team B is they do not put any value inside the project base point, meaning that they not properly set up the coordinate. And then after that, when the coordinator want to execute the coordination, definitely the BIM model will be misaligned. So these are the issue that currently happen nowadays in Malaysia. Even though under the JKR we do have the garis panduan, you can download freely. You can see all the requirement, all the naming convention, all the format of data exchange that can be helping you up for you to execute the correct way to do the BIM. So these are the basically, in my opinion, regarding the standardization. And sometimes regarding the standardization also lead in terms of quality and the quality and reliability of concern. Meaning that let's say if the BIM model is produced without comply any standard, meaning that they produce the BIM model without follow any requirement in terms of file naming, in terms of data exchange, and this will contribute and lead to the problem of integration and the transferring project data from one cycle to another cycle. So these are basically we are facing now based on our experience managing the BIM project in Malaysia. So,
Mr. Joe, to IGM, Mr. Khairul, I believe your company also has your own standard internally, but for some reason you have to comply with the client standard or doing things. If you are talking to JKR, then you have to comply with the JKR standard. If talking about, let's say, project with the SMW or UEM, they have their own standard they have to comply with. So from your point of view, how the standardization doesn't mean standard enough because it keep on changing from one client to another client. So how you guys manage to handle these things?
So basically, how we do it is regarding these kind of issues is basically we try out and first to see whether this project is fully BIM requirement, whether this is requirement or not BIM requirement. If it's a BIM requirement, then we are aware and we have to take a look on the EIR itself. We need to find a specific requirements based on the EIR stated which standard we have to follow. Is it ISO 19650, or if we take a government project, we need to follow the CIDB or probably the JKR standards. So yeah, basically we currently are now focusing on the JKR standards itself as for the hospital kappa project. So previously we are only using the ISO 19650 standards throughout to our project, even though the project is not a BIM requirement, but we are testing these kind of things out to comply to all the ISO to meet the client's requirement regarding this one.
Okay, many thanks. So while we're talking about the standardization right now, just to update you guys what's happening at the policy making level, there's a committee being established to integrate the data between BIM and also GIS. So while some of people are still struggling to implement BIM manually, now out of the blue, in the future we can expect there might be a certain level of integration between BIM and GIS, in which you guys may need to really prepare for it. So the committee, the Jatuh Kuasa, I'm not sure if already being launched or not, but some certain people have been invited to be part of the Jawatankuasa and committee. Okay, before we move to the opportunities when the government already mandate the policy and everything, just to get quick overview from each of the panel, whatever challenges, the most critical one pop up inside your mind, what are the most critical challenges that we're still facing, so that when we want to draft a BIM roadmap or BIM policy in the future, we can take it into consideration. We want to push it forward. Maybe start with Mr. Sharon again.
Okay, I think many research have told about the challenges. So, but for us, if the most big challenge is whether this is the most another point that because it's about technology adoption. Manual, you don't need to read a lot. You need to learn a lot. So you see, you know how to do. But we talk about this technology adoption, the challenges that another thing that I also always talk about it is that whether we want to learn it or not, whether we want to read it or not, because this technology need to do a lot of learning, a lot of reading, you know. So whether we want to read it, want to learn it and do it, you know. So reading is the most important thing when involved of technology, because they prepare the manual. The most important thing, we read the manual. So how many of you, when you receive things, you start open it and read the manual? So same goes with this technology BIM. So you need to read more. I think this is the thing that we are lacking, whether we want to read to understand it. And if we can read and understand it, I think the adoption, the awareness, the program, we can shorten it. So that's from my side.
Is it because of our culture? If you look at generic culture, not talking about technology culture, our general culture is that we are among of the nation reading the less numbers of pages per year.
And that's something that we need to change.
Yeah.
The readings, I think. Our maybe because our culture don't want to read, you know. So that stands to create a lot of policy, procedure, awareness program that we need to compare to other country, maybe other country in Europe, on US, in States, you know. So we tend to not want to read more.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Sharin. So maybe Joe want to add what are the challenges you think need to be addressed quickly as far as a nation to grow further in technology adoption?
Okay, this one is based on my opinion and based on my experience before this. I think the biggest challenges is regarding the capability of the user itself. Meaning that even though in Malaysia we have, for instance, JKR has a good guideline, JKR guideline, and under the LLM they also have the BIM guideline. And as we can see, in many projects in Malaysia, EIA is already defined clearly what kind of requirement that they want. But the problem that our industry is facing now is the capability to do correct BIM, meaning that correct BIM. So sometimes this industrial practitioner tend to attend many training, but in the end, all the training that they attend is not meet with the requirement and the need on the side of their company. Meaning that all the training is not address the issue and the problem that this company facing now. Like I previously mentioned that our government has done a great job providing a roadshow, BIM day, subsidized training, and also, but when we are talking about the capability itself and also the mismatch between the capability within the project team, this one, if we did not address this issue, maybe in the future we cannot do the integration between the GIS to do the digital twin. Meaning that the fundamental and the basic thing is the most important part. So this is basically my opinion regarding this issue. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, Joe. IGM?
Okay, so I agree both of the panelists talking about regarding our culture is trying to improve or need to raise a lot, and also trying to keep moving forward on this technology kind of wise. So my point of view on this part of the question is regarding costs. If you talk about cost, the primary challenge that we're facing in this kind of situation is associating with adopting new technologies with costing a lot of monies on the organizations. I mean, I think the organizations have a lot of money, but I'm afraid they are afraid to invest for this kind of adoption on technologies. So implementing and also maintaining such software and also do trainings can require a significant financial investment also. So we need to consider also the return of investments, the ROI also, and budgetary implication before we even committing towards these technology adoptions. So that is my only concern on the cost-wise.
Cost-wise, okay.
Okay, I think I want to add another point about that, that I brought in my mind about things that challenges. So even though we are in the era of the IR 4.0, everybody are using technology, everybody are talking about technology adoption, but we still have a digital divide in our organization. Digital divide in terms of how to use things, So even though we thought that we are in the era of digital, we thought that there is no more digital divide in our life, But actually, the digital divide is still exists, and it's been transformed in different way. It's been transformed in different forms. So that is something that's upon me. That if we thought that there is no more digital divide, everybody using handphone, computers, internet, but the digital divide transformed in a different way. So that's the things that
I can agree with you, because if you look at it, of course we are using technology. We managed to connect people from all over the world by simply using a phone. But when you go eating together with your friend, everybody butter their matters by their own. There's no integration between friends. Everybody look at their own phone, do their matters. So while the technology allow you to be integrated, but it seems like it creates a new type of divide between in terms of the way we interact. Most importantly, in terms of our focus, in terms of our priority when it comes to this technology. Okay, very, very good point, Mr. Sharan. Okay, again, I want to ask IGM, because I believe IGM has invested. Before that, now we are entering the opportunities when the government are already implementing the policies. Then some of the industry are pushed to implement it, and you have to spend certain amount of money, you have to invest certain amount of money. So I believe a lot of applications have been implemented within the practice of IGM. Then maybe you want to highlight what sort of application that you have implemented so far, and then how the technology, rather than being pushed to implement, now create maybe a new opportunity for you to grow better, to make better profit, or to grow better business.
Okay, basically to answer the question is to answer the applications on implementation on my previous projects. In 2019, I was involved in doing as you know, the TRX projects for the Affin Bank. So we did it from LOD 100 until the FMS build 500. So in these kind of scenarios, before the pandemic time, we have a lot of integration and collaboration between all of the stakeholders on the project. But during the COVID-19 comes, so we have a gap that we cannot go to the site and go to have a meeting and everything. So with the technology improvement regarding on the COVID-19, we can access virtual meetings, something like that. So in the other hand, the software application that I try to implement, there's a lot of AR and VR that I try out into the projects that The AR and VR technology enables us to visualize actually the projects before it's already settled on the site. So it can also reduce reworks and also can reduce possible errors in the future. So talking about regarding this kind of technology, there also one thing that also can be attached to it. This is regarding the point cloud system, point cloud technology. This one also helps us a lot in defining and create an accurate as-built point cloud data to be submitted and documentation to submit with the PMC or to the clients. So this one brings a lot of beneficial and opportunity for us to improve and to make an adjustment, or you can impress the clients by during the tender, like we wanted to have progress on the site, surrounding site also, we can extract data from the Google Maps and everything and purge it into the Blender, and then we can convert it to point cloud and to impress the tender or to the client also regarding this one. So there's a lot of technologies that we need to explore and to implement and try to implement for a certain period of time, maybe 1 year's gap, something like that, to try out whether this kind of technologies is suitable to use as for us as a main con or to suit as a consultant, something like that. So we need to find some sort of test run of the entire software tryout or something like that.
Very impressive there, the one that you have highlighted. Because it has been implemented since, what was that?
Sorry?
2019, is it?
2019, yes.
2019, now we are 2023.
Yes, back on the day, the AR and VR software is quite very expensive.
Yes.
So for the HoloLens itself, it costs around 300,000 ringgit Malaysia back on the day. But today we can only find that almost Google HoloLens for 30,000, something like that. Okay. So it's very cheap for now.
I agree with that. So, okay, as far as technology adoption policies Malaysia is concerned, we believe it should be increasing the productivity of construction industry. So my question to Mr. Joe here, is it really the BIM implementation or any policy implementation that been posed by the government really has increased the productivity at the operational level by the consultant or by the contractor? I heard that you also did an experiment between CAD versus BIM, Revit. How was the experiment conducted?
Okay, regarding the productivity increase, so okay, for this experiment, basically we are testing out into 3 segments, meaning that CAD user, Revit user, and we also have quantity surveyor, meaning that for this particular experiment we are conducting is to focus to see the rate of the BIM software, how much the time could be saving by using the BIM tool. Okay, based on the experience, majority of the cases, the winner is Revit user, meaning that software tool really helping out in terms of design authoring, drawing production, coordination, and also the most important part is the extracting quantification and to produce the cost estimation. As we know that previously majority of the quantity surveyor conducting by manual way, and the most time allocation by the QS is to generate the quantification. So by using the Revit software, all the quantification, all the geometrical data can be extracted precisely and automatically from the BIM model. Meaning that if you do any changes within your BIM model, your geometrical data will be automatically updated. And surprisingly, based on the experiment, if we want to see just for the quantification only and cost estimation, all the Revit user only needs around 20 minutes to extract all the data precisely based on the task project that we are given to them. And for the quantity surveyor, basically they require around 2 hours to calculate half of the test project. So these are the result based on the experiment that we have currently conducted with the Autodesk Malaysia and also UMP.
Okay, many thanks. Because I think the work is still undergoing. So when will the workshop be presented together for the industry? I think in August or September, like that.
I think on first week of August,
August.
if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, we're gonna wait for that session, then we can see how really the proper result be presented about the experiment. Okay, I would like to ask the Mr. Sharon as a software seller, coming from that angle, specifically from the business opportunity point of view. Okay. Before that, prior to 2010, we don't have job roles as BIM manager, coordinator, modeler. But now, these days, we have new job roles known as BIM manager, coordinator, modeler, come with a new salary tag, which is better a bit. Previously supposed to be better, way better, but after the COVID, better a bit as compared to the conventional engineer. So it means that it has created a lot of business opportunity, a lot of job creations, a lot of income generation, either to the company level or to the individual level. So from your point of view, what potential business opportunity exists for training provider and education institution to support capacity building initiative driven by the technology adoption policy in the construction sector under the NCP and National Construction Policy collaboration? Because if you look at it, all the things that we've been talking from the morning up until now, talking about manpower issue, talking about human factor, talking about people issue. The people issue requires a lot of trainings. A lot of trainings require a lot of training provider, create a lot of new business opportunities in order to supply, to flood the market with the appropriate skill. I don't want to say highly talented or highly competent, but appropriate skill to deliver the job. So what is your point of view in terms of potential business opportunities for training providers and also education institutions to support this capacity building initiative?
Okay, I think this is also very good and also related to what we are doing BIM. Build information model. So we build model based from system or based on software. What actually we build? I mean, what actually left to the opportunity? Okay, we thought that we build. I mean, we are using BIM to build the buildings. Yes, we got good buildings, you know. But actually, we build more information, not just in terms of modeling, but in terms of data that been created. Right? So automatically, it created a lot of opportunity for other people, not just engineer. Okay, we talk about data scientists. Okay, these are new terms for the graduate of statistics and mathematics. Okay, statistics and mathematics. Okay, those days, this type of graduate thought that they are working. I mean, they don't have future jobs, you know. They become teacher. They become mathematics teacher. Okay? But this is a new opportunity for them. That when people have more information, they need to manage this information. And bear in mind, you know, we update. I mean, we maintain the building, but somebody have to update whatever that we maintain. Otherwise, the BIM model that we created is no longer viable for future use because no longer have latest information. You do the renovation, somebody need to update. You do the renovation, of course, the BIM modeler have jobs for the renovation. You know? And then training provider. Last time we are fighting a lot, talking about who should train what. Okay, then we talk about BIM, you got architecture, mechanical, electricals, and now we had highway, you know, and now we come up with the GIS, you know, and now we talk about FM, you know. But again, the new training that we can create is how can we manage this information. Remember, okay, the I that we created is actually the data, and the data in IR 4.0 is the big data. So those days when we talk about big data, is a financial information, is human resource information. Now, the big data that after we develop the BIM is the building data. And that data is huge. We talk about data that we created based on the BIM size. 100 meg? No. Maybe I reached the level of that one model almost 500, 800 megs. Almost 1 gig, you know. So amount of data that being created is huge. Who are going to manage this data? What are the best practice for us to manage this data? So it's not just an Excel anymore. You need to train people about pivot, Power BI, you know. So these are the new opportunity for the training provider. It's managing this data. And then of course for the institution, creating more training, more program to enable this data being passed around. Because last time we talked about awareness, stakeholder. Okay. But now a new thing that the stakeholder need to aware that, look guys, you are got a lot of data that to manage. So that is the point that I can think about.
Sorry, Prof. I just want to add something regarding the creating the new job scope. Okay, this is why I just want to share something regarding our success story regarding the BIM apprenticeship program. Thanks to CIDB, this is the special initiative by the CIDB, and basically this program we conducted around 3 sessions, and for the first session is conducted before the PKP, and another 2 sessions is conducted during PKP, and based on the training, surprisingly, after they completed the 6-month training, all of them are managed to secure the job, even though during the COVID time, meaning that many people are struggling to get the job, but from the participant, all of them managed to secure a job with a good salary, because they are engineers, they are architects with additional competency of BIM. So this key success factor that I want to share to all of the audience, thanks to CIDB for the good initiative in helping the industry to grow, in helping the fresh graduate to secure a good job with a better salary. So thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Right now, coming from higher education point of view, we've been tasked right now, the graduate capability is no longer the main KPI. The main KPI being passed down to the most of the university now is a high income or premium salary graduate, which is going to be tough for our side, because they don't want, let's say your student get hired at the salary of 1,500, that's not achieving the KPI. Your student should be hired at least 2,500. The KPI, the higher the salary, the better. There's new challenges that have been passed down to from the minister to the most of the university, and something that we need to really manage well. And I believe BIM is one of it that can really help to leverage or to achieve the target of high income graduate. We name it as a high income graduate. Okay, I think we still have around 10 minutes left, and I would like to open up to the floor if you have any question to ask to the panels regarding to the policy and the opportunity of how this BIM policy can create new market demand or job opportunity to you guys. Any question from the floor? Or we don't really prepare any mic on the floor. Yeah. So while were we waiting for the floor to give some thoughts of some question? Okay, we already have that. I think this question specifically to Mr. Sharonon. What are the challenges for FM for them to use BIM? Or But the question still, should they use BIM or not?
Okay, guys, they really have a challenges. The FM really have challenges to use BIM. Okay, because all the while they never use even the AutoCAD because they only have the paper drawing. Why it happened like that? Because when we hand over those days, whatever the building that they have now, you know, forget about the new building that been built with BIM. That's another challenge. Okay, so we talk about the building that been built before. I mean, whatever that they manage now, before 2023 been hand over, or before 2022 or 2019, sir. So they only get the paper drawing. If they get the AutoCAD, they don't even have the AutoCAD file to open the file. So we cannot blame them why they have these issues, you know. Okay, maybe we forgot about that. We need to train them also to accept, awareness of this. What this where the MFM and CIDB are doing. Okay. So I think not many the FMers, you know, have the AutoCAD file with them. Okay, so apatah lagi, you know, especially on the Revit or BIMs, you know. So because this culture, again, this has become a culture for them that look, why should I have the drawing? I already have the physical buildings. So these are the jokes actually. Why should I have the drawing? I can see it physically. Okay. But again, when they want to do the renovation, they want to do updates and upgrades, these are the challenge. Okay. So again, like I said, the FMers also need to aware that they are now in the world of technical digital era. So if they don't want to, together with the bandwagon, together with the boat that now is speed boats, so in future maybe the tender, so you need to you are receiving the model, and then you need to give a quotation from the models, you know, and definitely the model have all the information about the assets, and you just have a place where you to put your price. So I think this will come near, and when the moment JKR has started the construction with BIM, then the FM contracts are looking forward to have that. The contractor no need to take the model, but assessing the model virtually.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mr. Sharain. So I think that's still have one question. Okay, I think we still can take one question. How do you assist on changes of government policy, like changes of responsibility from JKR GPS to agency itself to of utilities allocation on GPR kita? Okay, maybe we can select one of the question. Maybe tak nampak situ. Boleh tunjuk situ. Oh, okay. I think the second question is kind of hard to answer because we are not the responsible party to answer regarding to the policy of JKR or GPS. Okay, but okay, where can we find the actual ROI using BIM in Malaysia projects? This ROI is also captured by roles and responsibility as well as by different organizations. Actually, CIDB did one study regarding to CBA, cost benefit analysis of implementing BIM. Maybe you guys can log on to their website and look after the report. But it's not specifically mentioned about ROI, but the cost benefit analysis of BIM implementation from there. No question. Regarding the grant. If all thoughts about BIM and CIDB started this way forward since 2012, why there is no grant to contractor or practitioner like in Singapore? No, actually CIDB did provide grants. Maybe you're missing about this one. In 2018 or 2019, under the CTP, they provide BIM transformation grant up to 30,000 per company, provided you have LOA, letter of award, from the client saying that you are implementing BIM, then they give you the grant. I'm not sure, I forgot already, a few millions, and the grants are out, taken by the industry. So actually, yes, CIDB did give the grant previously, but I'm not sure for the future. Maybe we can talk, discuss further later with the CIDB whether or not they're going to provide the grant again, BIM transformation grant for the future. Okay, I think that's a wrap up our session for today. Many thanks to all of the panel for very clear, insightful ideas and thoughts and whatever things they have given today. So over to you again, Mr. MC.
Thank you very much, Professor Madhya, for moderating the session, and thank you for your questions. I'd like to invite Encik Nur Iskandar to kindly join us on stage in presenting mementos of our sincere appreciation to our panelists and moderator. Thank you once again, Professor Madhya, Dr. Ahmad Tarmizi Harun. This time as our moderator for our final panel. And thank you to our panelists, Mr. Khairul Anwar, BIM Manager, IGM Corporation. Mr. Muhammad Saiful Safwan bin Nordin, BIM Manager, UMP Holdings. And Mr. Ahmad Sharainun Muhammad Sharani, Managing Director, Microcorp Technologies, Sdn Berhad. Let's have one quick group photograph with Encik Nur Iskandar to wrap up the session. And thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you for your questions. Don't forget to sign up for your CKD and CPD points. Also, for those of you that have registered for HRD via the HRD Corp, please do kindly sign in. There is a form for you to sign in. Do check with our registration team. They are just out back. And once again, we would like to thank you for being a part of today's event. We're looking forward to host you again tomorrow for the opening, as well as, of course, other sessions. And if you do have some time, please do visit our exhibition, which is located at the foyer. Thank you for being a part of BIM and Beyond. We'll see you again soon, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're driving home, drive home safe. Thank you once again for being a part of this event. Assalamu alaikum and a very good evening.